our service members, men and women who are stationed abroad during this conflict. In your thoughts and prayers, they and their families are on the front lines.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to say to keep everyone in your thoughts who are in the Midwest, who are going through tragedies with tornadoes and storms coming about and heavy rains and flooding. Many people who live in the East Coast area are having to extend themselves to their family members down there to help provide support.
Thank you. Seeing none, please join me in a moment of silent meditation. Councilor Hugh.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Be seated. We'll do the roll call, starting with Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Hill. Present. Councilmember Jordan. Present. Councilmember Simmons.
Present.
Councilmember Oates.
Present.
Councilmember Anker.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
Present.
And Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
I'll do the announcement in the same order, but before that, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the community who came to our major event at the Duval Field Day last Friday. It was a major event. We really are so grateful. Because this is the event that was brought to us by the community. You guys actually asked us to make it happen. I want to thank our staff for putting together this event and everyone who came, and they did a fantastic job. I also want to thank my colleagues, the new and previous ones, and the current ones, and because of their support, we could make this happen. And thank you again for this. And secondly, and then finally, I want to thank our staff and community for yesterday's National Night Out at Duval Field, in the new Duval Field again. And it was wonderful to see the community coming together and joining our law enforcement against the crime in the community. Thank you. I'll stop there, starting with Councilmember Hernandez.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to give a special shout out to our Department of Public Works and our Department of Public Services for putting on one of the largest national night outs I've ever seen. I know staff came together from the communications and everyone, but I mean, it was fantastic. We had every agency of law enforcement there to talk to the residents and a whole bunch of different community partners. It was really exciting to see. One of the things that I want to just make sure that we celebrate also is we had a district discussion. We had an opportunity to talk with the residents about various projects that are going on around the district, including, but not limited to, so there's a Department of Labor building that's right across from Mom's that we're working on. And I think there was a clear message. We want to get something where the old Shoppers grocery store was. So we're looking forward to working with the staff, the county, and any other community stakeholder while we have a full room here of folks to try to bring us some vendors. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you. This Saturday, there will be a placemaking event where we will walk together through the North College Park Hollywood District with residents and organizers from the county to take in input for identifying community placemaking. We want to work with our residents to see what you want to see our community transform into. So please come out this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're meeting at the Farmers Market. This is a really great opportunity to give your input that will shape the upcoming future and features and identity of our community. Next Friday, on the 14th, we'll have our Friday Night Live again with Black Masala. Great band, great times. I hope to see you all there. And since we're not meeting for the rest of the month, I believe, I'll go ahead and throw this one out there. On August 27th from 6:30 to 8:30, there will be a neighborhood meeting about the Aviation Landing 1 in the community room downstairs. Again, that's from 6:30 to 8:30 on August 27th. That's a good opportunity to come out and talk, give your input on development that will be happening near the College Park Metro and the College Park Aviation Museum, Airport. It's really important that you all come out to give your opinions on this because it's a neighborhood meeting and there's not a whole lot of residents right nearby there. So it's really up to you all to come out and give your input again about the shaping of our community and how development happens in our most sensitive area surrounding the historical College Park Airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll be hearing more about this project during the presentation time tonight. Thank you, Mr. Hill, Councilmember Hill. Let's go to Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you. So we had a wonderful time at Duval Field on Friday, a tremendous turnout. Lots of people of all ages. I saw lots of pickup games played by people who don't know each other, so it was just a tremendous event. In addition, the Boys and Girls Club made an appearance. They set up a booth, and if you don't know the history of it, there is a many decades of the Boys and Girls Club in College Park, and so they're starting that up again. 6 and under, 8 and under, and 10 and under soccer is most likely what they're beginning with. You can find out more information by emailing collegeparkboysandgirlsclub@gmail.com. I was also pleased to attend the Lakeland Charrette featuring CP Cup and the team from the University of Maryland to show new concept plans and solicit comments and feedback from residents and stakeholders about the house at 5021 Lakeland Avenue in Lakeland. The images will be posted at the Aviation Museum for anyone who missed the event. Again, they're soliciting feedback and ideas. A reminder that the Lakeland Legacy member applications are open. This designation is open to qualified Lakelanders and their descendants, and you can learn more at the College Park website. This week, tomorrow night, there will be a community game night in Berwyn, in the Berwyn Park from 6 to 8 p.m. The event will have lawn games, fun challenges and giveaways, and finally, Lakeland Day will be occurring on August 22nd from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Lakeland Community Park. There will be a moon bounce and a DJ, and it'll be lots of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all the announcement. Lots going on. Appreciate it. Councilmember Simmons.
Pass.
Let's go to Councilmember Oates.
I'll say, like many of my colleagues, really appreciate all of the work of city staff for Duval Field Day and National Night Out. I think they were great events, and it was great to see people from District 3 up in District 1. Councilmember Ranker and I just actually came here from the Calvert Hill Citizens Association meeting, which is meeting tonight, and had some good discussions with them. They're having elections. Don't run away from this meeting to go there, but I'll flag that their next kickball and barbecue event is September 5th. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ranker.
Echoing everything already said, I also wanted to give a shout out to the Yarrow neighborhood in District 3. It's the 75th anniversary of their founding this year, and so we're celebrating that.
Oh, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a few announcements. There is a backpack giveaway from 10 to noon at the Lakeland College Park Community Center on this Friday, the 8th. That's Friday, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And on August 19th at the same place, the Lakeland College Park Community Center, there'll be bingo at 1 o'clock, which is lots of fun. And every first and third Wednesday from 1 to 3 at the College Park Woods Clubhouse, there's a senior event, which is sometimes it's a learning event and sometimes it's a fun game event. And lastly, Good Neighbor Day is still open to make your projects, make your application for projects. So it's on the website, and you can find the website in our College Park website. So I hope that many, the 8th is Saturday, I'm sorry. So the giveaway of the backpacks is Saturday, not Friday. Thank you very much, Councilmember Ranker. And I hope that many of you will sign up to do Good Neighbor Day projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to echo the fact of Duval Field. The grand opening of Duval Field was a very nice event. But also thank you to the staff for their hard work and dedication, Mayor Bader, and everyone else who put their time into this. As far as announcements are concerned, I want to say Shop Made in Maryland will be held from August 9th to 15th. You can buy amenities for your children, your young scholars going back to school at tax-free basis. Also want to say that District 4 will be holding a back-to-school supply drive from now until the 21st. And you're more than welcome to drop off your school supplies either at the West College Park Community Center, Mayor Pro Tem Mackey's house, or my house. And if Miles is not sitting out there, you're more than welcome to put the stuff in the box. Last but not least, I want to say that the District 4 has been hosting a quality of life work group where we have actually been working with various stakeholders such as our seniors, our long-term residents, our business owners, as well as our students, trying to see what they think about District 4 as far as quality of life moving forward. And we have a very good intern, our former student liaison, who is doing a wonderful job, and we look forward to bringing back recommendations to the mayor and council, hopefully in December. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's go to a student liaison, starting with student liaison, Ms. Martin.
So yesterday, Sammy and I met with Senator Rosa Pepp, and we discussed zoning authority. And I know that has been a losing battle in the past, but we kind of wanted to take a new route. We wanted to talk to the university, see if getting them involved would help at all with that. I also attended the quality project meeting over Zoom for the student section. And yeah, that's my update.
Thank you. Good to Mr. Saib.
Yeah, not much to add today, just echoing the importance of that meeting and the fact that we're going to keep up on, going to the state level to focus on issues at the city level, hopefully creating some important changes this year. So we're looking forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your engagement. We do not have, actually, I believe our city manager is away. He's
I'm
actually
actually
attending.
gonna-
You're the new city manager?
No, whoa, Mayor. Okay, stop the clock.
As long as he doesn't watch you.
No, he's on here. Whoa. I'm just in here in his stead for today. We do have a couple of announcements from staff if you'd like to hear them. So the city contractor continues to work on the Old Town and Calvert Hills on the concrete repairs and asphalt patching. This project will include addressing the trip hazards and accessibility concerns on Hardwick, Calvert, and Princeton, as well as improving drainage at the intersection of Princeton and Hardwick. Parking restrictions are posted, and orange barrels where necessary will be there until the work is completed. And then over the next week, Washington Gas, this contractor, Resurface Inc., will repair damaged pavement on Lackawanna between Rhode Island and 50th Avenue. Parking restrictions will be in effect through 8/14 and have been posted by that contractor. And finally, throughout the remainder of August, Prince George's County Department of Environment will be working on drain pipes in the Bodwin Avenue and associated with Calvert Hills storm drain project. Residents are advised that crews may be working on that nearby roadway. I had a couple other events, but the council members also mentioned them, so I do not want to be redundant. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any question for Ms. Hatchpat? Follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you. Let's do acknowledgement. I see at least 3 former elected officials in the room. Thank you for joining us, starting with former District 2. Actually, they are all District 2 former city council members. Maxine Gross, Susan Whitney, and Dr. Luchitra Esther Brown. I hope I'm not missing anyone else. Thank you. We do not have a proclamation awards. This is the time for public comments. You can talk about anything under the sun, including you see on the agenda items. Please, for the record, state your name.
Richard Biffle, and I'm a non-resident taxpayer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Last November, I spoke to the Council about the centuries-old practice of recording a land transfer without publicly disclosing the sale price. The parties keep their deal private by publicly stating only nominal consideration in land records, typically, quote, $10 and other good and valuable consideration, unquote. And I recently got a bill of sale from a lawyer that had exactly that language in it. The platoon of researchers the city hired last year apparently misunderstood property records that said the Urban Renewal Program had paid $10 for some Lakelanders' homes. There were 7 such records, and researchers interpreted the $10 nominal consideration as the actual sale price. The researchers compared the sale price of each property to its appraised value, and those 7 properties were the only ones whose sale prices were less than their appraised values. In the scores of transactions where the actual prices were publicly recorded, the Urban Renewal Program paid the owners their property's appraised values or more. City staff members amplified the researchers' mistake when they summarized the report. Staff cited the $10 deeds and concluded that, quote, spread across many families, the wealth loss reaches into the millions, unquote. The Restorative Justice Commission doubled down on the mistake in its report to the city last October. Quote, research has not yet revealed extensive documentation of the actual sales price of properties, but most are recorded at a sales price of $10, unquote. That statement is incorrect twice. First, research has discovered scores of transaction records showing actual sale prices, none of which was below the appraised property value. Second, far from most showing a sale price of $10, only 7 show nominal consideration of $10 instead of the actual sale price. The Commission continued with the following demand. Quote, the City of College Park is called upon to further investigate this matter to determine any difference between fair market value and the verifiable sales price. If no other information is found in a period of 3 years about the sales price, then the sales price of $10 will be judged to be true, unquote. That's chutzpah. Since those actual sales prices were never public, they probably aren't available anywhere. However, it would be absurd to presume that the customary placeholder of $10 was the actual amount paid for real estate worth thousands. All of the records we have of actual sale prices show that homeowners were paid fairly or generously for their properties. In addition, they were given money for relocation expenses varying from $4,000 to $12,000 in 1970s dollars. In today's dollars, those relocation payments would be worth $25,000 to $75,000, and the relocation payments were paid to tenants who had to move, not just to homeowners. The generous compensation paid to Lakeland residents may explain why there was no claim by any homeowner of insufficient compensation. Over the tortuous years of urban renewal, there were many complaints about it, but unfair compensation to residents was not one of them. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Anyone else? If you have joined online, please raise your virtual hand and we'll allow you to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The realities of history are not always palatable. Sometimes they are downright ugly. Many times, in order to move forward and to be inclusive, we must first clearly and directly acknowledge and denounce our wrongdoings. The language of the CLAP that is proposed by the Restorative Justice Commission does just that. To me, for anyone to question its focus means that they do not clearly understand or acknowledge the atrocities that impacted the Lakeland community. I encourage them to do a reading of the Harms Report. I also encourage speaking directly to members of the Lakeland community, some of whom are here this evening, or the members of the Lakeland diaspora who were displaced and promised a return that never came to fruition. Let us not rely upon disregard, ignorance, or privilege to dilute reality or make those not directly impacted feel more comfortable to avoid making strong statements about who we aspire to be as a community. The Restorative Justice Commission represents the residents of College Park, who this body has entrusted to execute this work over the past 6 years. Let's make sure that this plaque is prominently displayed for all to see when they enter City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, that was Dr. Esters, and she is definitely a College Park resident.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Maxine Gross. I'm a resident of College Park and of the Lakeland community. I am grateful to the gentleman who spoke a few moments ago. As a landlord in the area, I truly, how shall I put this? I honor his contributions to the community, but I also think about how others in his similar situation have impacted the community as a whole. While I recognize the fact, as does the Restorative Justice Report, that the placeholder in the property records gives some question as to the amount of money paid for properties, I will maintain that the amount paid to people was insufficient for them to be made whole for the property that they were displaced from. I would ask the individual who spoke if, what amount of money would it take in order for you to be forcibly displaced from a home that had been the place of residence of your family for generations, for breaking up their community. I don't think that's dollars and cents. Now, the city of College Park had contracts for the sale of those properties. It's not unrealistic to think that those records still exist and that they're able to reconcile the amount of funds actually paid for the properties, and that they're able to resolve the question of whether or not the monies were appropriate. And then I will speak a little bit about the concept of appropriate value for Black people's property in this country, as to whether or not what the appraiser says is the true value is a realistic one and is a reasonable amount for someone to go elsewhere and purchase property. I mean, I can speak specifically to the property that my family owned that was purchased as part of the building of Paint Branch Elementary School. There is in the Lakeland Digital Archive, an interview from my father, and in that he speaks to the fact that the only reason that his parents were able to have a new home in Lakeland is because they already owned the property that they would be building upon. It was already paid for. And that he and his friends were going to do the work to build the house. So just because property of Black people was diminished in sales dollars does not mean that the wood, the concrete, or any other element of building a house is less. And those are the kinds of things that the families were facing when they were required to leave Lakeland. So, it's wonderful to be in a position to look at something and say, from the position that I'm in, everybody should be on an even playing field. The reality is that that's not where we live, and it never has been.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment. Cert name, please, for the record.
Hello,
please.
I'm Susan Whitney. I'm a resident of College Park. I'm here to speak not as a commissioner of the Restorative Justice Commission, but as a resident in favor of action item 26G81, which would place a plaque in City Hall memorializing City Council Resolution 20R16 from June 2020, which renounced systemic racism, declared support for Black lives, and committed to restorative justice for the Lakeland community. At a time when national leadership is actively removing from public places, and some states crafting textbooks that whitewash the long history of oppression of Black people in this country, in a time when people of color and the people who attempt to shield or support them are facing abuse, imprisonment, or death, I think it is especially important to take a stand. In 2020, this body made a statement about the city's values and a commitment to work hard to address the past harms done by urban renewal to the Lakeland community. I am incredibly proud of that choice. The placement of this plaque and the language acknowledging that what happened to Lakelanders in College Park was part of a continuum of devaluation of Black communities and lives in this country were approved by the Restorative Justice Commission as one of the measures to begin to heal. I respectfully ask you to honor that request and vote in favor of 26G81 as put before you today. Thank you for hearing me and letting me speak.
Thank you. Next, please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Murphy, and I'm from District 2 in College Park. Two quick things. One is in reference to the gentleman who spoke about the land. Just like he said, if we don't have the records, his information could be just as incorrect as he states the other information could be. So if there is data, please present it to the council. I'm sure all of us would love to take a look at it. And to remind us, all of us have chutzpah, and we don't all have to step back when we need important things. The other piece I wanted to talk about is, as my kids grow and make mistakes, as you all know, I really respect them when they can own it and attempt to fix it. And in this situation, that's exactly what I see that's happened in Lakeland. And I'm really proud of mayor and council for not only apologizing, but also creating the Restorative Justice Commission and truly trying to get to the facts of the matter. I'm so proud of that. I want to support all of you because of that, for seeing us and to seeing some of the terrible things that we've all made mistakes about, our ancestors have made mistakes about. So thank you for noticing, and please support this G something 81 as we move forward. And if there's any language in there that may need to be discussed, we're happy to discuss it. But thank you for even setting up this conversation. It is long needed, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Mr. Dorsch, the record. Your name.
Dave Dorsch, longtime city resident, over half a century. And two things tonight. One of them is, when is the city going to sell that house at 4704 Calvert Road? It's been sitting there vacant now for almost a year. And the city does not need that house, nor do they need to be in the housing business. The second thing is, how much money has the city acquired so far from the stop sign cameras? Anybody know? The only reason for stop sign cameras is money. Not only does the firm that supplies the cameras make money, the city makes money. But are we really increasing the safety of the intersections? I don't think so. I've been driving through some of those intersections for over 50 years, and I've never seen a problem in most all of them. In fact, I can't remember ever seeing a problem in any one of them. So this business with the stop sign cameras is just about money. I don't think it has anything to do with more public safety. And I think it would be in the cities and especially the citizens' best interest to get rid of the stop sign cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not go back and forth on the comments period, but we'll be happy to provide you data. Please reach out to our staff. They'll be happy to provide you data with the safety of these cameras. Anyone else? Mr. Hussain.
Hussain Waheed, Advanced Technology Acceleration with University of Maryland College Park, and I appreciate the comment regarding the mass violence that occurred during the last few weeks. And I just wanted to point out some of the amendments and the standards, methodologies we have been proposing address that very issue. One of the strategies that has worked very well is the high-risk group violence strategy implemented in Baltimore City, which has reduced violence by 50% approximately within a couple of years. And it is based on National Science Foundation recommendation as to how to solve problems. We have tried to solve similar problems in technology applications, and it works in both situations because there are many parallels, many common features where you take input from the citizens directly and then make changes based on the best available science. And with respect to reducing the mass violence incident, it is directly applicable to this very risk reduction. And also RAND Research has done detailed analysis, very good recommendations. I think University of Maryland could facilitate that process with respect to how it can be implemented in Maryland based on the results in Baltimore City and also based on the recommendations of National Science Foundation and in many other cities, including College Park. Another thing I wanted to point out was with respect to the transformative economic efficiency. I found out there was much faster response from the European Union, which surprised me immensely because we've been reaching out to all stakeholders here within Maryland, including College Park departments. They all agree something needs to be done. They are willing to take part in it, but nobody has ventured to take the initiative. And it seems to me European Union might be much more faster because they have shown so much interest. They even want to take part in the research project, fund it themselves. And I just want to remind that the Volkswagen defeat device strategy and the big problem was resolved because European Union came to the United States assuming that the implementation of standards is better in the US versus in European Union. It turned out the other way around, but it solved the problem. So many times we arrive at these transformative economic efficiency solutions from distant corners of the earth, and we are trying to implement the same proposals I have put together. That email I sent out is for voluntary initiative to collaborate on integrity of science and technology initiatives. I think all of you have received it. We'll be sending it to as many stakeholders as possible and hope to see some responses that we can facilitate this process much more easily. It also addresses a lot of the comments that I hear regularly, especially the Lakeland initiative and many other problems that occur in all cities at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wants to speak? Please come forward. If you have joined online, please raise your virtual hand and we will allow you to speak. Seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item, which is about amendments to and approval of the agenda. And there is one amendment I can think of.
Maybe there's more than one, but I'll start with the first one. I was going to move 26-G-83 approval of the appointments for the Airport Authority of Jonathan Coleman and Stephen Thomas for terms to expire June 30th, 2029. From an action item to the consent agenda.
Any second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? This amendment has been accepted. Anything else?
Oh, I was just wondering if anybody wanted to consider discussing a Dr. Letitia Esther Brown's appointment. I'm just kidding.
This is so obvious, right?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
As amended. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Mitchell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The agenda has been approved. So now I will approve the consent agenda. We have 3 consent agenda items. First one, let me read them out.
Because we just added one.
Oh, that is consent?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's going to closed session? No. Okay. Okay, that is an option. Okay, thank you. So we have 4 items. So 26, give me 20. 26G79, which says approval of the appointment of Dr. Letitia Brown Esters as a Class B Director of the College Park City University Partnership for a term ending June 30th, 2029. 26G84, consideration of the approval of a community service grant to Impact Humanity, Inc. in the amount of $2,500 for their Community Impact Day. 26G80, which is the approval of the April 14, April 21, and May 5th, 2026 Mayor and Council minutes, and 26G83, which is the approval of the appointments of the Jonathan Coleman and Stephen Thomas to the Airport Authority, 2 terms to expire June 30th, 2029.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Mitchell and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Mackey. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The consent agenda has been approved. Now we go into presentations. Just to let my council member remind me and my council colleagues, we have a long night. we have 5 presentations, and let me see, and 3. Am I correct? Actually, 2 action items. Plus, we have a closed session. So I have a very long night. So when we ask questions, let's limit our questions.
Good evening, Mayor. Dr. Barber is going to make this presentation. She's sitting, which I understand. She's had a long day. So, Dr. Barber.
So this would be the very first one, Child Care Task Force report. Am I correct? The next step. Robert, welcome.
Thank you. Director Barber, not you know.
I like to give you an upgrade.
She gave me my
I gave
my
her
doctorate.
letters already.
I was
I'm sorry.
bestowed.
That's
I've been
honorary
on vacation mode. I'm sorry.
To actor.
I'm sorry, Director Barber. I love to. I mean, I'm on vacation mode. I'm sorry.
I aspire. One day, we never know. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's actually been really great to interface with some of you at some of the events that we've had in the recent days, exciting times in College Park. So thank you for allowing me to come and talk about 2 very important issues that have been across my desk and are important issues with the city right now. And so I'll start with the Child Care Task Force update. In the interest of time, I won't recap the entire report, but I want to touch on some major developments and just where we are with the report at this time, and acknowledge through some of the questions and the time that I've had with council that there is more work to be done and that staff needs to have direction and move this in the direction that the council would like. And I look forward to the discussion that we can have this evening. So in October of 2025, the Child Care Task Force concluded its research and its recommendations to the council. At that time, there were some significant recommendations that included exploring child care subsidies, property tax credits, partnerships with local providers, community care networks, some information and referral things in terms of a centralized information hub, and also some transparency around what wait lists and support would look like to help parents. I think this is a really important issue, and I will also add that it came to my desk at the time when Councilmember Oates requested that it come back, so I'm appreciative of that. But also acknowledging that the staff person who had been heading this up is no longer with the city, and it's been my endeavor to get up to speed and to make sure that this effort gets the attention that it deserves. So along those lines, a couple of opportunities presented itself right in time for this effort coming across my desk. One was to apply for a grant that was in line with one of the recommendations. So I took that opportunity in a short period of time and was really pleased to be awarded that grant. The grant is $25,000 for the city to explore how we might offer a child care tax credit to residents. So very excited to embark on that. Just got the award letter, and so we're ready to go with that. Along those same lines and at the same time, we had the opportunity to work with the City University Partnership on a prenatal to 3 impact lag that actually, I wanted to clarify, started back in February, so we're already 6 months in to a 9-month collaborative effort, and I know that Susan Hartman is here today potentially to answer other questions that the council may have regarding that effort. What we've learned is that this is a complex issue, one that I am proud that the city would like to take more effort and more action on, and poised to, with the help of the partnerships and the grants that we have, be in a position to make more firm recommendations on what that would look like. And I'm asking the council this evening, in addition to some of the questions and comments and feedback that I've already received since bringing this item back up for council review, for some additional direction in prioritizing which of the recommendations in terms of incentivizing child care providers and or residents in terms of their child care needs. Before I ask for additional council input, I would also add that some of the efforts that I've been able to be a part of is the PN3 Impact Lag and CP Cup, expounding on the survey that was done as part of the task force report, which actually was 35 parents. And we feel and believe that we can do a wider survey to get even a broader view of what the impact of lack of childcare and how it's impacting our families in the city. As well, we have some additional endeavors in terms of being able to provide concrete recommendations in terms of what incentive programs might look like. I've done some research. Looks like in the minimum it costs $10,000 to $15,000 for a home-based child care to embark. That's on the lower end, embark on being licensed. So those are just some of the things that we are in partnership with CP Cup through the Prenatal to 3 Impact Lab, and some additional conversations that I know I need to have with colleagues on how the city, to make a recommendation on how the city might approach this issue in a larger way. Appreciate the council's feedback given the report that I've provided. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Before we go into the question and comments, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank each and every members of the Child Care Task Force. They did a fantastic job, and there are quite a few of them. And they're all our community members, and they spend their free time in producing this report. This is a very rich report. It's full of content, and there are about 7 recommendations, and they're very impactful. Thank you. Let me see. Councilman Rhodes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your report and for the city for bringing this up. Before I joined council, I think it was close to the end of, it was right before the election when this Child Care Task Force report initially came to council. So I was watching the original presentation as a resident and very eager to see what the city would do. And so I think kind of bringing this back to the fore is really important. I as a parent with young children myself, I think it's really critical that we provide affordable and reliable child care be available to all families who want it. And I think that I'm really excited about some of the things that we can explore together. In terms of trying to provide more council direction, I know that ultimately this is a presentation. We probably do need a work session to discuss this, but I've reached out to and gathered some thoughts to help maybe direct what the work sessions in the future may talk about. And I'm hopeful that those could maybe happen in September, October, or sooner than later, so it's council can actually have a work session on it within a year of the task force report actually coming out. So I think the first one is really the lowest hanging fruit of the task force recommended, creating a website or a web page on the city website, elaborating what are the child care providers in the city. I think that hopefully there's some interns somewhere in City Hall we can put on that, and that's a quite easy thing to deliver on. I think the second one that I'm interested on and hopefully can deliver on some of the supply problem is really looking at how to create a grant or a subsidized loan program to cover either startup costs for new child care programs or expansion of existing operations. I think the details we can figure out. I think our economic development department, if this is like creating a new business in the city, we've already allocated a lot of money for that. So maybe we can use some of those dollars to help, create. But we need restaurants. We also need childcare, and so thinking about how to design that. Obviously, we'll need further discussions. But I think those are two of the task force report items to me that I'd love to have us further develop. I have other ideas. I know our September 15th meeting, we're going to be talking about revisions to the New Neighbor Grant. I would love to prioritize childcare providers in the same category that we prioritize for police and fire. And I have many other ideas that I will share with you and with council, but really grateful for bringing this to the fore and excited about us taking some steps as quickly as we can to make childcare more affordable and reliable.
Thank you. Fantastic ideas. I see Councilor Jordan and then Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you again for this report. I know that you have a lot of irons in the fire as staff that we ask of you, and but we very much appreciate this particular topic. It's essential for families that live and also work in College Park, and so this is one aspect I would like to bring up. This may be an opportunity to partner further with the university because when people are using childcare, they often will want the child to be near where they work, because otherwise they're paying the child care facility for their commute time, and also they can't come and check on the child easily if they need to in the middle of the day, things like that. And so as we increase supply, which I would very much like us to do, working with economic development, maybe working with training and showing people sort of how to navigate the regulatory burdens and things like that, is that I would like to see that as we create more supply in the city, that we're not just counting the residents who are on the wait lists, but also that that supply may immediately get used also by people who work here and also want it. The affordability is an important concern. We want people to be able to afford it, but I think with the supply that's going to be a necessary thing to pair with affordability. In addition, with encouraging or training or any kind of support the city can do for in-home childcare, I think that may have a lot of bang for its buck in terms of the flexibility. It would allow potentially the resident themselves to have a side business, to have some flexibility, some extra income, and then those are more feasible from a bottom line standpoint to offer the kind of flexibility a lot of parents want, whether it's like just afternoons after school or just during school breaks or 1 to 2 days a week, because mostly they watch their own child while they are working on from home in some way. And so I would like to see, as we're discussing direction, that's something that I would like to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Mitchell.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear me? I did it, thank goodness. Woof. Thank you, Director Barber, for this report, and thank you for the committee as well for a very intentional report. I want to just tag along with my Councilman Oates in regards to items that we need to have as first and second priority, especially as we prepare in the spring to go into the budget cycle. I want us to be able to have a really robust discussion about following up on this. And along the lines with the startup for home daycare, I think it would be very prudent for us if we have a future agenda work session to invite someone from Child Care Licensing or MDE, because there is a lot of nuances to doing in-home daycare that requires licensing, that requires many things unbeknownst to some of us on the dais that also are at additional cost. So 10 and 15 maybe, but it could be up to 75 to 100,000, just depending. And I think that will give us a very broader viewpoint of how much money we're looking to ask from the city to help augment. Going back to the fact that we have the opportunity for the grant for the $25,000 for the subsidy, I think that's something that we really need to really flush out, definitely, if we're going to provide this program, and be prepared to have a discussion at a future agenda. And again, like I said, making sure this is something that we talk about going into the budget cycle, because it's going to be important to start moving forward in a timely fashion. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great idea. Let's see, Councilor Ranker, I believe, and then Councilor Hernandez.
I echo the thanks, Director Barber, and with our child care task force for this and bringing it back to us. I've had the opportunity to talk to some parents in District 3 who currently have kids in child care, and also I had a chance to talk to a home child care provider in the city just to try to get a little bit more information. And I know, of course, as a city, we have limited resources, and so we want to figure out where to prioritize. And I would like to echo that priority on the increased supplies, on being able to create businesses and jobs in our city, especially around childcare. If we approach it just from the affordability side, we don't actually help more people get childcare. There's still only a limited number of slots, and a lot of those places, our residents have to drive 30 minutes, 45 minutes to go to. And so I think that that's an opportunity we have to really direct some of our attention and funds towards getting new and expanded places. I heard an estimate from the home child care provider of about $50,000 to get that startup going. But then, they're willing to expand. They just don't have the money. And so, well, we could double capacity, with an investment in there. And then even subsidize and prioritize College Park residents if the city is putting in significant funds or as a loan. I think that that's a very good way to make sure that our residents get to see that benefit too. I echo, there's so many great partnerships we can have, and you obviously have outlined some of them that we have here existing. I want to also just flag, there's a Maryland Excels, which is like a accreditation program that some of the parents talked about. That's important, especially when you have a 3-year-old and up, if you want to get some educational benefits too. It's not, an important piece that folks look at. Maybe that's something that for our child care providers, we could provide some subsidy to get that accreditation. And I really do also just want to prioritize also the school day out camps and extended hours after school care. Love the info hub, agree with the waitlist transparency for sure. But those would be some of where I would love to focus. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Hugh and Mayor Pro Tem Mackey. Actually, Councilor Hernandez is next. Yes. Sorry,
The queue
my
system.
apologies.
Right here. All right. So just really quickly, whatever we end up doing, Director Barber, thank you so much. Nice to see you for all the things you do. One of the things that I do want to make sure that we're looking at is that we don't do any sort of additional regulations that aren't aligned with what's happening at the state level. I think for the state of Maryland, like they kind of have it down as an example model. There are a lot of things that us on this dais don't really understand or know that we want to make sure to defer to the experts, because an easy button, I mean, just as an example, could be to just, why don't we just expand the ratios, right? And I know that comes with its own issues. The ratios I'm referring to are the students to teachers ratios. We don't understand the issues that we do. What I'd like to say is, in addition to doing that, working with a partnership. I know that the College Park University Partnership has, for a long time, tried to work to help increase the livability here in the city. Recently, they put out their education report, and we welcomed it. And I know that there are at least 3 that come to mind of some of the more formal institutions, including Monarch Preschool, Apple Tree Daycare, just in North College Park alone, So if we can have some sort of partnerships, whether through the university or some of our larger businesses, I'm thinking some of the quantum industry that's up here, that would be fantastic. We can all benefit from this. We can keep our residents here, living here, working here, and obviously playing at Duval Field. All right.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Hugh and then Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just want to reiterate sort of what I said in my announcements, how important it is for our residents to participate in community meetings when development is happening. We do have a tax credit for daycare centers in new development. And the developers aren't just going to go there without the community demand and need to build daycare centers and take advantage of this tax credit. So again, do participate in the outcome of your community, whether it's in your district or not. As long as it's in the city and this is important to you, you need to participate and ask for this.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mackey?
Yes, thank you. I think it was a great report that the committee did, and I thank you for your follow-up. And I appreciate my colleagues' questions and their ideas and the expertise of my colleague in District 4 for worked many years in that field. I think that too, like adding some creativity is a good idea. One of the things that I suggested to you is like maybe there's a mom that decided she wants to stay home with her child, but she'd like to maybe watch another one. There has to be some kind of network in College Park that makes those kind of opportunities known to others. You know, another thing is having maybe people are taking a gap year and they can do some nannying, and having some kind of a way that people know that's available on College Park. We have it on our website that there's a nanny availability or whatever, au pair, whatever is the proper word now. Those are really, I know you answered all my other questions earlier, but later on I got some, and I appreciate the feedback from my colleagues and from the committee and you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan, is that your second?
Yes. So actually, if we're moving on from this, has everyone?
No, let's conclude that. Then we can talk about.
May I? Point of order. May I amend the agenda?
Yeah, we can. Let's conclude it first.
Oh yes, please.
Yeah, let's do it. So it looks like that's all we have. And I see that there's a work session probably coming with some staff recommendations and some of the ideas the council has given.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This is all of it this evening, and also the questions following the report has been extremely helpful for bringing this back with some firmer things for council consideration in the near future.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Jordan, please go ahead. I think there's a request to suspend the rule and
yes, request to suspend the rules. Do I need a second and vote for that? For what? I would, with so many people here for the action item, I would like to move that we move action item 26G81 to after presentation A, Child Care Task Force.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the motion is to suspend the rule and move 26G81 on the Restorative Justice Commissions to place a plaque at City Hall right now, actually, before presentation B, which is the Education Literacy Review. Is there any second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstention? Let's move there. And thank you for your patience. Let's see who is going to take over this one.
Aaron is here so I will let him do that.
Thank you. Please, welcome.
So as we're working through the technical difficulties today, we're going to be putting up a couple slides for the mayor and council in regards to the resolution itself and the information on it. So just bear with us for 1 second as we get the presentation up. Is it working now? Perfect. There you go.
Yeah, I think I got it working. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Restorative Justice Commission to present a recommendation from the Commission, which is to install a plaque within the first floor of City Hall. In 2020, the Mayor and Council adopted Resolution 20R16, which renounced systemic racism and declared support for Black lives. The recommendation is to install a plaque within City Hall that contains an adapted version of that resolution. And the recommendation is to mirror some of the plaques that already exist in City Hall. So downstairs on the first floor, there's already a plaque that looks like this. And is about 30 inches wide, 40 inches tall. And so the recommendation of the Restorative Justice Commission is to install a plaque that would be similar in size to the plaque that's already there, similar font, similar design, so that it really matches the plaque that is already there. On the slide, you'll see draft language for what the plaque could look like. It's an adapted version of the resolution from 2020, and then on the wall where the plaque would go, within the full display section, information, a QR code, so that people could be brought to the city's website. On the city's website, would be the full text of the resolution. The QR code would also bring folks to the city's website, which already contains information about the restorative justice, what happened to the community of Lakeland during the period of urban renewal. We could link to other important information as well. And so what I am seeking tonight is direction on and approval to move forward with installing a plaque on the first floor of City Hall. The exact text, the exact location, things like that can be figured out at a later date, but looking for approval for staff to take action in order to take the steps to move forward with installing a plaque on the first floor of City Hall that acknowledges and memorializes the resolution from 2020.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for bringing this up, and this is a meaningful way of recognizing our council's adoption of this resolution, and I'm very lucky to be part of that council back in 2020. So I think we did the right thing to. Thank you. Any comment from the council about the language? I think I saw some comments came from the community. I think you saw that too. So we can always adjust that if needed. Let me see. Councilmember Simmons and Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to all of the members of the community who showed up this evening. First, I did want to say thank you to the Restorative Justice Commission for bringing this recommendation back to us for implementation. Where am I repeating? Was that you? Yes, so thank you to Restorative Justice Commission for bringing this back to us. I do think for me, voting yes on this item is very straightforward, but I did want to take what will probably turn out to be a few moments to recognize the importance of this action. This recommendation is in the Harms report from 2025, and the recommendation specifically is to memorialize Resolution 20R16 in a prominent and permanent location at City Hall. So I've been thinking a lot these past days about memorialization, and memorializing is to cause to remember. There are those, I am sure, who would prefer that we not remember, who would prefer that we forget that the history of urban renewal, the history of systemic racism, the history of race-based oppression, the history of segregation, and the history of slavery is inextricably linked to the story of this country and to the story of College Park. There are those who would prefer that we forget where we were as a country and a community in June of 2020, immediately following the murder of George Floyd by a white police officer in the streets of Minneapolis when this resolution was adopted. But we know that if we do not remember, we cannot repair. Central in my mind when considering this action are the importance of history, of language, and of making good on the city's adopted policy. The language proposed by the Restorative Justice Commission recognizes the city's apology for past harms to the Lakeland community and its commitment to actively seeking opportunities for restorative justice. It also explicitly renounces systemic racism and affirms support for all Black lives. So many communities began similar work in 2020, but College Park remains committed. And it is an honor for members of this current council to be a part of acting on and carrying forward that commitment.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Jordan, I believe.
Thank you again, Mr. Brink Johnson. Thank you to the Restorative Justice Commission, to Maxine Gross, and for your dedication to this community. Mine is a question. With the planned QR codes, I'm pleased at any opportunity to point to the town and history of Lakeland. And as a URL, it could be something, it should be something that will last and is archival. And I wanted to know if there was, certainly it could link to the city website, but would it maybe be appropriate for it to link to a permanent digital repository? So one example is that the University of Maryland uses one called DRUM, the digital repository at the University of Maryland. And so I'm not sure if that's maybe something the Restorative Justice Commission would consider, but we need to think about the long-term use of this plaque, because it is something that needs to last. And thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Mackey, and then Councilor Ranker.
First of all, I'd like to say, I have a question, but I'd like to say firstly that I do support this plaque and putting it in a prominent position at the City Hall, and I too was privileged to be on the council when we first discussed it. So my question is to you. First, I want to thank you for answering my questions about the word count, about color, putting color on and artwork on the plaque. I really appreciated you taking the time to get back to me, and it helped me to understand the position better. And I also want to thank the people that testified tonight and those who wrote in, because their testimony really gave me a lot to think about and made it really very real to me. So I do want to make sure that I'm thanking the people. My question is, as it's been said multiple times, that that this is a draft and that there would be a time to maybe add something, and I wanted to know if what is that going to be the process of that, because should I say it tonight? I just have a little thing that I would like added, or should I go offline with you? What would be the appropriate way to move forward on that? Do you have a preference, or should I just email you? Would that be better?
Yeah, I think whichever process works best for you.
Okay.
If you have comments on the specific language and you want to share those with me.
I don't want to change any of the language. I just had an idea to add a little thing, and I can share one of the little things that I would like to add. I truly believe that this should be, I agree with what my colleague said, this should be something that memorializes. And I think that making an effort to make the plaque beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. Not only the words are very important, but also the look, that people want to stop and read it. And so my humble suggestion would be to put some form of artwork that is what representative of the Lakeland community. I was privileged to receive a button from Miss Gross that has the Lakeland flower. I think that something that would be significant to the Lakeland people, but I also want to say that if the Lakeland people don't want that, I'm still going to vote for the plaque to be put up. So I will get with you offline. I'm not a wordsmith. I'm actually terrible at it. I was glad that my colleagues were on council and could wordsmith the resolution. But it's just for me, being a longtime resident and also, being here in 2020, I want to make sure that the Lakeland community has a little blurb just honoring their fortitude, their perseverance, their compassion, their love, their strength in the plaque. So I'll email you. Thank you very much for your time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Ranker, I believe.
Yeah, I want to echo the thanks that my council members have given for so much of the good hard work. I'm glad that the Restorative Justice Commission and our staff continue to move forward with implementation of some of the different goals that have been identified. I want to thank Councilmember Simmons for the wise and important words that she shared. And so I'm going to be voting for this, and my question is more for the city in terms of the costs. I mean, we don't need any budget amendments. These will be absorbed in the current budget.
That is correct. It's just that the council wanted to see these items as they came out. But they are in the budget.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilor Hernandez and then Councilor Mitchell.
I think I've often said here on this dais that, I'm newer to Maryland, I'm newer to the East Coast, and often I'm not fully aware of some of the history that's gone on in our own community. But, for those who, like me, forget, Maryland was the northernmost state of the Confederacy. For over 200 years, Maryland was a slave state. Those feelings just don't go on overnight. Sometimes you'll hear it in comments that are said, in language that is used. It's very interesting. Not only do I support this, I'll champion it all the way through, alongside the wonderful people that are here on the dais with us, the residents, and the other council members who've done so much work to make sure to take a moment and run with it. I don't know who I was talking to this week, but someone shared with me that this language is city policy, right? We accepted it as a resolution, and I think that's fantastic. I'll be honest with you, though, I gloss over some of that language, so I want to make sure that when it is like captured at the final end, that it tells a story, right? Because what we're doing here is we're establishing a new chapter in the history of our great city, that one day, hopefully 200 years from now, residents will be able to look back and say to themselves, okay, we did something that wasn't great, and we recognized that harm, and we made a decision to move forward. So I'm not going to get back and forth on the language, but I would like to request that what is added to this plaque is some of the champions that have really helped push through this policy, to include the Restorative Justice Commission, the Lakeland Heritage Foundation, and I think this is a wonderful, and I'm sure I'm missing others, but please make sure to include them. But But I think this is a wonderful opportunity to make sure that we capitalize on another city policy that we have adopted and accepted, and that's to champion the Lakeland Legacy members, because they're going to be a part of our history as well. So that's my only request. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Mitchell, and Councilmember Hugh is the last.
Thank you. Well, no. Mr. Mayor, I would like to defer to Councilman Hugh and let me be last.
Okay. Councilmember Hugh. If you could please turn this on. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to say thank you to everyone who is involved in this, from back in 2020 to present, the Restorative Justice Commission and all the staff time and everybody who put work into this. I think it's long overdue. It's disappointing that it took this long to acknowledge this issue. I've been a resident of the city for 21 years, and prior to that, I lived very near and worked at the University of Maryland and did not know this history. It's so easily to be lost and not accounted, and thinking that, hey, you know, we're here where we are without any negative impacts, that we were just as bad as other communities and other parts of history, doing wrong things to our neighbors in this community. So I am in full support of doing this. I hope that we never have to be in this place again, where we have to reach out and correct our actions. I think we can. I hope we can take this as a lesson and be prominently displayed, and be something that we don't repeat. So I'm glad that we're doing this, and I fully support it.
Thank you. Let's go to finally Councilmember. Okay. Oh,
if you want to go last, then I should go before you. So I won't repeat everything that everyone else has already said, so I'll keep it very brief and just say I agree with what Jacob said in terms of making it more readable. I think working on the text and making it clearer. I think whereases make sense in resolutions, but for communication to the public, not needed. We can work it out. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Mitchell, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked to go last intentionally because the fact that I was here in 2020 when we talked about George Floyd and we talked about this resolution. And I want to echo to my colleague, Councilmember Simmons, in her words that she imparted to all of us at that time. I've been here in College Park since 1975, and I used to hear the stories about Lakeland. And when it came to 2020, sitting on the stage and having to hear about George Floyd and thinking about the residents in Lakeland, my heart broke. As I sit here today, I've been trying to keep myself together because I'm emotional. Because it took this long for us from 2020 to 2026 to get a plaque to acknowledge the harm to the Lakeland community. I am proud to vote yes tonight, but I also do want to recognize some other individuals who were on this journey with us as well. Again, to Dr. Esters and Susan Whitney, who from District 2 was steadfast and committed to this. To Kate Kennedy from District 1 at that time. From P.J. Brennan for District 3 at that time. For former Councilmember John Rigg. For former Councilmember Robert Day. For former Councilmember Monroe Dennis. Former City Manager Scott Summers. And I'll always think about, former Mayor Andy Fellows, and I think about the many other Lakeland residents. This is just the beginning, but I am so, so very grateful to be here tonight and to be sitting on this dais to acknowledge this. So if you think I'm choking up, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Because I think of my parents in heaven who told me many stories of Lakeland. And for many of you who may not be aware, my mother's from Baltimore, we call B-More. And she would talk about the many nights they would come down Route 1 and they would talk about the Lakeland community. And I just can't wait to tell them when I get home, it's been done, Mom and Dad, it's been done. So I will be voting yes.
Certainly, thank you. So all the comments we have, and we are not going to go to the audience because we already took comments from them in the beginning of the meeting. Then at this point,
Mr. Mayor, I hope my colleagues will indulge me, but would it be worth suspending the rules to see if anyone does want to make a comment?
We can always suspend the rule, and
there are rules.
We can suspend the rule, yeah, certainly. Will the council okay with that?
I think I need a second.
Second.
Okay, so the motion was to suspend the rule
to talk on this topic,
to allow the community and the audience to speak on this item. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed and abstention? So if there is anyone in the room or who have joined online wants to speak on this item, please come forward.
I have a very quick comment, and it relates to this great effort with respect to the plaque. But we live in a dynamic society, and we have dynamic systems that we use every day. And just the thought came because a lot of students have been commenting with respect to what College Park City Council presents on its website, and they've been very active in keeping the websites current with respect to the research results for different departments. I was thinking this effort, Restorative Justice Commission's efforts regularly have many remarkable achievements, and they could also be reflected on the website as they are accomplished. Just a thought, you can consider it.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak? Mr. Biffle. For the record, please state your name and if a resident.
Thank you. Richard Biffle, non-resident taxpayer and skunk at the picnic. In the 6 years since the resolution passed, I still haven't seen how College Park oppressed or disadvantaged Lakeland due to race. The Urban Renewal Program was initiated by Lakelanders. The city only began the program after a majority of Lakelanders requested it. The city then contributed millions of dollars to the neighborhood, and no practice or policy treated black residents differently from white residents in Lakeland. The history of the program is complex. Some Lakelanders wanted higher property values, while others wanted cheap rent. Environmentalists opposed urban renewal because it would bring flood control and change the creeks. Federal standards required low-income and multifamily housing despite Lakelanders' desire for all detached, single-family homes. Delays and cost inflation caused program changes and disillusionment on all sides. And owners of homes in the floodplain were happier about selling their property than were their children who were torn from the neighborhood where they had always lived. In all the reading I've done about Lakeland, though, what I haven't seen is racial oppression. It appears that your predecessors did the best they could for Lakeland. Calling them racial oppressors is an injustice by you. Thank you.
You're entitled to have your comments, but respectfully, we do not agree. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I am still Maxine Gross, a resident of the community of Lakeland here in College Park. I would encourage those present and those that are hearing otherwise to delve into the Restorative Justice Report and the report of the African American Redress Network. While the majority of the individuals in Lakeland at the time of urban renewal were African American that lived in Lakeland, the totality of those people were not African Americans. I would encourage them to read the report and to find out if the remedies that were proposed are dependent upon race, and I will state that they are not. I will state that the harm was done to the community of Lakeland, and that, in fact, did include European Americans. Oftentimes, the case is that it ends up being the other in the community, and that oftentimes is poor people of whatever race. And that is the case with Lakeland and the Urban Renewal Program. The repair that is being envisioned is not wholly for African Americans. So to say that the people on the city council at the time of urban renewal did what they did because of racism, I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that the people were promised that they would be able to remain in their community, and that ultimately decisions were made, and they can be proven, were made that prioritize the needs of others, including the University of Maryland, WMATA, Park and Planning, over the needs of Lakelanders. Yeah. And that is a specific harm that happened. I find it very difficult when conclusions are made without actually reading the material, or reading the material in such a way that reality of what's on the page is superseded by someone's other concerns and other prejudices, I will say. So all that's to say, the harm report, the report of the Restorative Justice Commission are available. The city can provide them, or they're already present on the Lakeland Community Heritage Project's website. Anybody's welcome to read them at any time. But look at the reality, read the reports, don't go by what somebody says it says. Read it for yourself.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak in the room? If you have joined online, please raise your virtual hand. Speak. Seeing none, let's come back to the council. I think council has made the comments. I will allow my district two colleagues to make the motion.
I have a question.
You have a question, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask the question to Mr. Biffle. Do you have the reports? And if not, we can make sure that you are afforded the opportunity to have the reports to review, as well as the opportunity to sit down with the Restorative Justice Commission to get a better understanding, sir.
Thank you. I've read the Restorative Justice Commission report.
Okay.
Thank you.
And would you like to sit down with the Restorative Justice Commission?
Let's.
Oh, well, I would enjoy, for social reasons, I would enjoy sitting down with Maxine anytime. But
thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's not go back and forth during the comment period. Thank you. I'll rather request my district colleagues, one of the district colleagues, to make the motion, please.
I move to adopt the Restorative Justice Commission's recommendation to install a commemorative plaque in City Hall recognizing Resolution 20R16, renouncing systemic racism and declaring support for Black lives.
And further comments?
Just briefly, I think I want to thank our residents. It is our significant responsibility and our distinct honor to be positioned to support you. So thank you all.
Thank you. And I know I will not get the opportunity to vote, but there's seconded by Councilmember Mitchell. But before I take the vote, I like to state this, that George Floyd was killed on May 25th. And I believe I worked with one of my former colleagues to bring this resolution had that opportunity to do that. And I was very grateful for my colleagues at that time. I believe it was Councilmember Rigg who suggested to make some changes. Those are very important changes we made to this resolution. So I'm very grateful to my council that time, including Mayor Pro Tem Mackey was there, and Councilmember Mitchell was there. Thank you. And other councilmember at that time that Councilmember Mitchell mentioned. So we are very grateful for all of your contributions that as a body we adopted it. So I'm very happy that tonight we are taking the next step to memorialize this resolution so that people can think of it not tomorrow, but many, many years to come. So thank you all. All in favor, say aye.
Can I say?
Please, further comments?
I want the community and displaced Lakelanders to know that the harm to them and the community weighs heavily. And this council is dedicated to this effort and to continuing the work started by residents, affirmed by the council on July 9th, 2020. Sorry, is that the wrong date? The 9th of 2020, and continuing now. Lakeland, as it was then, was so inspiring and a kind of blueprint for what we want in Lakeland and broadly in College Park now. This plaque is the next step in that direction.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a roll call?
Roll call.
Certainly. I hope it will be unanimous. Starting with Councilor Hernandez.
Proudly, yes.
Councilor Hill.
Yes.
Councilor Jordan.
Yes.
Councilor Simmons.
Yes.
Councilor Oates.
Aye.
Councilor Ranker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
Yes.
And Councilmember Mitchell. Yes. Definitely. Thank you. That's the way it should be. Thank you all again for coming and speaking, and I appreciate all your comments. Thank you. All right, now we go back to the presentation, and we'll bring back our director.
Director
Barber.
Barber.
And former and the future doctor.
I did.
Ms. Barber.
Yes, I'm back, and I'm standing this time. I'm inspired. I will just take a moment to say I was at the city less than a year when Resolution 20R16 was adopted, and I drafted the resolution. So proud to stand here and continue the presentation to talk about education and literacy, and also very proud of the work that I've been afforded the opportunity to provide here in College Park since I've been here. So,
thank you.
Amazing. All right, education and literacy. I've been the staff liaison to the Education Advisory Committee since coming to the city in 2019, and the purpose of this presentation is to just lay out what the city is supporting in terms of education and literacy. It is in the budget book on page 35 of the fiscal year 27 budget. I won't necessarily read everything, but the major education and literacy budget items are our public education grants, 2 boundary schools that serve College Park residents, scholarships for summer camps for elementary, middle, and high school students for College Park students, a tutoring program that is online and offered to all College Park residents, book drives that the Education Advisory Committee does, and school supplies that they provide to our boundary elementary schools, as well as a new this year an education support consultant, and also a literacy program that the city supports at Hollywood Elementary School. I think Council Member Oates, I also provided some additional information. We also run the Lakeland Stars tutoring program, which I didn't include here originally because it's not in the Mayor and Council's budget. It is in Youth and Family Services budget, but it is 30 years old, and it provides tutoring from Paint Branch Elementary to the University of Maryland 2 times a week for about 60 students each year from Paint Branch Elementary to the university. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have about some of the current education initiatives and how the staff and the Education Advisory Committee work together to support these initiatives.
Thank you, and thank you again to you and the members of the ESE Education Advisory Committee for all the work you do. I know we do not have any oversight on our school system, but this is a kind of a small way the city has been contributing to add some quality and some opportunities for our young students in the city. Thank you all for your work. Let's see, Councilor Ranker, Councilor Oates, Councilor Jordan, Councilor Hernandez. Let's go first, Councilor Ranker.
Thank you, Director Barber. This has been really helpful to kind of get our heads wrapped around many of the different ways that we are especially supporting youth. And just to say, we have just an amazing and unique Youth and Family and Senior Services Department. I'm so glad for everything that you lead and we get to do here. And I think this was, again, maybe something that will need to go on a work session. I think what has been really helpful is to see some of the different pieces that we've added over time. Sometimes it's, adding amounts to something. Maybe it's adding something new, and also to get a little background and try to wrap our heads around what was done in response to what we were being asked by schools or our youth and families. What did council do, maybe with good intentions, and like all things, we have limited resources, and it's important to be clear about what our goals are and make sure monies are flowing to the places that help us get to our goals. And maybe it should be more funds to help accomplish those goals. So I think this was a really great, primer for that to kind of, I'm really excited to lead to the next pieces of those conversations to say, all right, what is it that our youth especially need, and how can we make that happen, and how can we dedicate both the dollars but also the staff resources to make those things happen and prioritize those things. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Oates and then Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. As again, a parent of a child entering kindergarten in the PG County Public School Systems this fall, education is obviously really important. I think one of the things I've been telling people is when I was at MML this year in one of the workshops about planning through 2040, I think it really occurred to me that getting education right for College Park residents is one of the things that we have to do if we're not going to be held back from the future that we can try to seize. So I've several thoughts. I agree with Councilmember Ranker that more discussion is needed. We'll probably have a work session to discuss this, but wanted to again help focus on either revisions to existing programs or thinking about what new programming to do. I think the first is looking at revising the public school education grants to make any public schools that serve College Park students eligible for those grants. So right now there's schools like Robert Goddard, Dora Kennedy, Glenarden Woods are not captured by our existing programming, but we have actually a fair number of students who attend those schools. I think a broader idea around how we can work with the city-university partnership to develop new programming. I think it would be great to find a way to ensure that every student in College Park or student in a school that services College Park families can have experiences that really broaden their educational their education and seeing how to work with the university on that and with the partnership. I would like to also see what additional incentives we could provide for either faculty or students at the university or to school teachers to increase engagement for extracurriculars. I know there's a lot of things that some of the local private schools are doing that the public schools are not, like FIRST Robotics, but how we can kind of, again, leverage the university and what it provides in order to, again, broaden educational and enrichment opportunities for students. And then I think also looking at revising our schedule for the summer scholarships program. I think that in my experience, most summer camps start signups in January. They're full by March or April. And I think the city's current schedule effectively is providing scholarships for people who already signed up a few months ago. So I think having something earlier in like December or January might enable people who might be able to use or leverage the scholarship who might not otherwise be able to sign up or see that within their means. And really, again, thank you for your work and look forward to collaborating with you and others in the city on this.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan and Councilor Hernandez.
Thank you again for this work. I appreciated the bringing forward of this so that we could see broadly the different ways that the city supports through different departments education for the residents in College Park. So I did want to ask about the Imagine Learning. This is stated as being something that hasn't had maybe the most consistent enrollment, and at the time, can you tell me a little bit about its origin and its purpose?
Yes. It's one of those things that during the pandemic, especially, students were disconnected from their school communities and were really isolated. And it was, I think, a wonderful initiative that was birthed from that time to provide an online platform, specifically an online platform that all students in College Park, whether they went to private school or they were homeschooled or however they were being educated, that could access. Imagine Learning is typically one of those platforms that an entire school district would employ, or say at the elementary level. And it was a unique implementation and has been a unique implementation. What we found in the years since we have employed the platform, and this is something that definitely will come back. I spoke with Dr. Bernash, our Education Advisory Chair, actually earlier today, that we'll be discussing at our first meeting because the contract is up for renewal. And we've found that the usage has not been consistent and has actually dwindled since that initial time. And so it's something that the committee is working on, providing a more formal recommendation to council about how the council might proceed with those funds. So essentially, it was born out of the pandemic when everything was virtual, when there was a stronger drive for that sort of virtual connection. And we're finding that it's not as strongly used. And also that Prince George's County Public Schools has emerged from that time with a lot of their own platforms that actually mirror the one that the city is offering. And so there's a bit of a tug-pull when students, there's IXL, there's Dreambox, there's these other entities that students are required to do and encouraged to do at school, competing with their usage of the city's offering. So that's the history there. Imagine Learning is a wonderful platform. It's a wonderful program. Just in this past year especially, the usage has been down.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So one of the advantages of doing this sort of broad view of it is we can see where maybe our funds can be moved away from if they're not as effective as they once were. I echo both of my colleagues' comments, especially the seeing support for schools that College Park resident students attend. When considering their children's future when thinking about moving to College Park, parents will be more impressed by and feel more supported by seeing College Park supporting the school their child actually attends. Additionally, I wanted us to consider some one-off grants given for school enrichment programs like STEM or International Baccalaureate. If we want to attract university faculty, the quantum industry, and other thought leaders to College Park, this can be a strategic way to highlight our great city. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Councilor Hernandez, and then Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
So I first ran, I had all these great ideas about how we were going to help the public school systems, and I was told the same comment that I hear often, in that as a city council member, you don't have any oversight over the public school system. The thing is, right, we do have the opportunity to impact some of those schools through relationship building and relationship management. And some of these financial grants that the city has, whether for the parent-teacher organization, parent-teacher associations, or directly to the schools, are financial tools that help us like get in the door and have these relationships in order to build like actual infrastructure that's going to enhance the educational opportunities of our schools. In College Park, just at the high school level, right, we have College Park Academy, who, for those of you who don't know, operates, there's a lot of different ways to get in, but the main one for most folks is a lottery system, right? College Park Academy is in the top 5% of public schools in the state of Maryland. Less than 2 miles away is the Parkdale High School, which is the public school that services a majority of our residents in College Park. It is in the, I think last I checked, bottom 10% of schools in the state of Maryland. It has nothing to do with geography. It has to do with the relationships that we are maintaining in order to be able to dedicate resources. I have not talked with anybody about this, but what I would like is for someone dedicated on our staff to be able to manage those partnerships. I understand that there's a lot of like burdens on you, Director Barber. So if when budget time comes around, these are the specific things that I'm looking for, right? We have all of these entities who are willing to work with us, and that's including the College Park University Partnership, who, as we talked about before, had an outstanding education report. Let's capitalize on that. That's one of their 5 pillars of their strategy. Like, let's find those opportunities where we can work together in the best interest of both the city and the university. The University of Maryland is massive, right? There's different colleges, and as I learn more and more, it's basically like a little, not even a municipality, it's like a massive state, right, with different organizations and different groups, right? The department, the Office of, I don't know, Department of Physics could be completely different than the Department of Political Science, right? Having a relationship with all of those different entities with regards to bettering the experience for our public school students or just students in general is something that's going to be a full-time job. Additionally, private and NGO partnerships. Organizations such as the Latin American Youth Center, right, or any other, or the Boys and Girls Club. Like, there are various different organizations that could benefit the learning opportunities across the city. The only other priority I'd like to add, and I apologize to all the city executive staff, I did not talk to you about that beforehand. I will say, like, the only other things that I would like for us to be able to focus on, and I know that we're always trying to keep everything in limited scope, but one of the things that I continue to hear often is that folks leave because just the school systems aren't supportive of their students. And if it's not that, then they're homeschooling their students or sending them to private school. Private school, you're going to have an additional number of resources that are going to support your child's learning environment. But what are we doing for our homeschooled students? And I don't know what's within the realm of possible for that, but we have state-of-the-art athletic facilities here that we could potentially fold in some opportunities for folks to get their PE credits. I'm thinking maybe providing some of the community spaces. I really don't know, but I think a full-time position would be the one to manage that particular role and outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank my colleague for mentioning homeschool. Since I homeschooled for 26 years, I was going to mention it, that there is a potential to reach out to the homeschoolers in College Park and to help them. And we have so many different educational opportunities, but I think it's also important that the city is involved in helping people navigate educational opportunities, whether they choose to do private school, homeschool, public schools, special ed schools, tag schools, I don't know what they call it now, talented and gifted it used to be, but whatever it is, like helping parents to navigate that whole system. And I'm looking forward to the educational contractor to address that. You know that Imagine Learning is kind of dear to me, and I was there at the very beginning. And it is hard. It's hard to get people, it's especially hard to get kids to go to school all day and then come home and do Imagine Learning. So, you know, I know that you incentivized it, you gave gift cards, you gave little, I mean, they did a lot. They put signs up in people's yards and different things like that. They did a whole marketing. So, I mean, when we go to the work session on that, it will be something that we have to look at. I'm also really a proponent of College Park Academy going down to elementary school, and I don't know how the city can better ensure that it would really be another good thing, because we have in College Park, our elementary schools are really packed. We have a lot of little children. If you drive around College Park and you look at the bus stops, the elementary school bus stops are really full. So, you know, those are just things that we need to consider. And also in this educational piece, we want to make sure that our children are getting the best opportunity to be educated and to be safe as they go to school. I've been seeing children walking to Cherokee Lane Elementary School from College Park Woods because they're going to summer school this summer, it's a pretty hefty walk, and thankfully it's on a path so that they have the safety of that. But not all children have that safety. So those kind of things all play into our education. I mean, I think it's very important that parents have good educational opportunities for their children, because I think that makes them want to stay here in College Park and to let their children grow up in College Park. So I'd like to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilor Hill.
Yes, this is just an observation. I'm looking at the total number of students in all the different schools here from College Park, and what our budget is at $250,000, and divided by 1,251 students, we're paying currently $121.70 per student. You know, that seems like a surprisingly low number per student. I think we could possibly do better in prioritizing our efforts and putting our money where our mouth is in making sure that, you know, the students of College Park has the best educational opportunities to them, despite the spreading thin of the schools, you know, being all over the place versus having, you know, one or two schools that, you know, serve our students. But yeah, that's something I'll remember during our next budget session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Director. I think that's all comments you have. The one thing I'd like to add is that all the good work you do and the ESC, Education Advisory Committee, does, and the council has been supporting with all the different programs. I have a sense, talking to many of my neighbors and the community members, many of them do not know all the details. They know some of this, like the tutoring program, for example. This is a new program, relatively new program, but many community members I talk to, I know you're trying your best. So there is a gap of communication I can see of. So these are all fantastic programs, and oftentimes people who do not live in the community right now who wants to come to College Park, first thing they see, check if there is a good schooling system. And unfortunately, because whatever reason is, maybe because of the PGCPS or other reasons, and because of the school ratings and other things, we still need to work on it. So this kind of supplemental programs, if we could elevate them and branding them, that these are College Park's additional things that other communities actually do not do, but we do. So promoting all of these different activities and programs to the people to attract families with the young children would be extremely helpful. That's one thing, but also when the families with the young children, when the young children actually grow up, try to go to middle school or high school, and we have seen many families leave College Park, which is a shame. So that's another thing. They probably do not know that there are some wonderful programs we have in College Park. So I just want to put it out to you. I know you have been trying to promote it as much as you can, but there could be other opportunities. Thank you. Councilor Oates.
Yeah, just to build on that point, I think part of our challenge is what's our message, right? And right now, I think a lot of the education programs that we have, they do various different things, but it's hard to describe like 12 things in a pithy way to say this is why moving to College Park is going to be great. And so I think moving forward would be great to see either how to realign our existing programs or create new programs such that we can have a very clear message to say, hey, if your kid goes to a school serviced by College Park, you're going to get this thing, and that's really great, right? And like I think the clear communication is just as good. A lot of I mean, I know that test scores are a thing, but a lot of impact of what is a good school and what is a bad school is also about parent perception, and so I think us being able to help shape that to draw better draw teachers, draw students into College Park schools would be great.
Thank you. That's all we have. Thank you so much. Looks like there could be other opportunities to support you, and maybe more work session coming.
Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to the third presentation, which is about the Wellesley Drive sidewalk design presentation. This will be taken by our amazing city engineers, Mr. Steve Halpern, and his team.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, introduce Stacy Barefoot and Ari Harris Cooper. They will be presenting the 60% design for Wellesley Drive sidewalk project.
Thank you. Welcome, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long night.
Of course. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Stacy Barefoot. I work for RK&K. I am a project manager, and my colleague tonight that's joining me is Ari, and he was the lead design engineer on the Wellesley Drive sidewalk improvement project. So we're here to explain what we did for the 60% design and what our next steps are to get the project completed. So Wellesley Drive is from Edmonston Road to Sweetbriar Drive. We completed the 60% documents back in June. To give you a little history of the project, Council, you're probably very familiar, but this project started with notice to proceed last September. We developed concept designs in January and worked with the city to resolve some of the comments that they had, and then came up with a preferred alternative. We did meet with the community to pitch both alternatives. We had two. One that showed sidewalk on the northbound side of Wellesley Drive and one that had sidewalk on the southbound side of Wellesley Drive. We presented it to the public to solicit feedback. The public kind of reiterated what we were thinking, that the northbound side sidewalk was preferred. So we moved ahead with that and developed the 60% plans, which were submitted in June, and now we're moving toward the 90% design level. The plans that we're going to share are from 60%, but there have not been significant changes to 90, so what you see is still representative of what we're planning to provide for final engineering. Project location overview, Wellesley Drive from Edmonston Road up to Sweetbriar, but this schematic at the northern end, it actually goes a little bit farther because it connects to the Anacostia tributary trail system. Existing conditions, we have about 60 feet of right-of-way. Wellesley Drive, as it is today, has about 18-foot wide lanes. That's 10 feet of drive lane and 8 feet of on-street parking on both sides. Our goals with this project are to provide continuous, safe, and usable sidewalk for all ages and abilities, and to provide that connectivity to the trail system for the people that live in the community. The design approach, how did we get to where we are? We first started by surveying the corridor, prepared those two alternatives, coordinated with the city, met with the public again, confirmed the alternative, and now moved ahead to 60% and now 90% design. This is a snapshot of what it looks like for each alternative. Ari will in a minute walk you through in detail what we did for the preferred alternative, the northbound side sidewalk, but this is just a little snapshot to show you what it was like. They're very similar in nature, but the northbound side ended up being a little less impactful for grading and utilities. This is the north is to the right on the image here, so this is northbound side sidewalk. In some spots, we did have to bump the curb line out into the roadway slightly, maybe a foot or two, to be able to accommodate the sidewalk without impacting private properties too much. Alternative 2 is the same thing, but on the opposite side of the roadway. The preferred alternative, this is just a little splash of what it will look like when it's done. We're still providing 10-foot wide drive lanes, but the on-street parking may narrow to 7 feet approximately on both sides. But in some locations, we're not revising the curb line, so it will stay 8 feet wide. And then 5-foot sidewalk on the right for the north. Okay, all right, I'll let you go into this.
Okay, so we can begin the project on Edmondson Road on the left. And you can see the sidewalk here. We try to maintain 5 feet wide sidewalk throughout, and we're tying into the existing sidewalk that goes on the Edmondson Road. So we do have a small 2-foot bump out of the curb into the roadway, reducing the lane down or the road width down 2 feet. And this is to allow the driveways to tie into where they're existing with the changing the slope of the sidewalk. We're also protecting or maintaining some of the trees along there with this 2-foot bump out. We're maintaining the existing inlet here, and this 2-foot bump out continues and then comes back into the existing curb line at this other inlet right here. There's a crossing along Creighton Drive, and then the sidewalk continues. There's no bump out on this block from Creighton to Citadel Drive, and we continue to reconstruct the driveways and maintain the existing inlet here. There's a crossing along Citadel onto the next block. We do have another 2-foot bump out. This is again to allow the driveway reconstruction to allow over the with acceptable slopes. This inlet here we will be maintaining, but we'll be moving the inlet opening 2 feet forward into the roadway to allow water in and maintain that proposed 2-foot bump out curb line. And then we continue and tie back into the existing curb line along the Chestnut Hill Road intersection. It then crosses again, Chestnut Hill, and we maintain the existing curb line here with the 5-foot sidewalk, reconstructing the driveways, and we cross Bryn Mawr Road. And then we continue along this block, and after this existing inlet here, we then bump out again the curb 2 feet into the roadway, and this is to allow the driveways to be reconstructed again. Continues up to Sweetbriar Drive, where we'll cross onto Sweetbriar Drive. We are going to be adding stop signs here to create a controlled stop to improve crossing. And then along Sweetbriar Drive, we are going to have a 3-foot grass buffer maintaining the existing curb lines, and then a 5-foot sidewalk behind that 3-foot buffer. This is to avoid the utility poles along there, reconstructing the driveways, and it'll then tie into the Anacostia tributary trail system right here. And here's a rendering of what it will look like along Wellesley Drive. So the proposed sidewalk is 5 feet here. In the rendering, we're reconstructing the driveways. And you can see its use.
Okay. Thank you, Ari. Now, the importance of this project like I said, was to provide connectivity for everyone to get up to the trail system. But some of the observations that we had on the engineering side was that we didn't want to impact utilities. We really wanted to be very mindful of what was happening out there. We wanted to preserve trees, and we wanted to try to tie those driveways in as effectively as we could to the right-of-way lines where we could. And by providing that bump out, we were able to do that, preserve trees. We only have 3 tree losses with the project, which will be replaced. We did not have any significant utility impacts, and we were able to tie in at the right-of-way line or very close to it. So major cost items. Here's, again, it's just an overview of approximations. The sidewalk is about $125,400. Curb and gutter was almost $77,000. The grading for all the significant slopes that were in there to get the driveways to work primarily was $25,600, and concrete driveway aprons was about $16,000. So we had a slight contingency at 60%, which will be reduced for 90%. That's final engineering. Estimated construction cost is about $380,000. The next step is to incorporate any feedback we receive from the City Council meeting tonight, address the comments that we received from the city or from Mr. Halpern and his team, and then submit the 90% documents by the end of August. 100% documents should follow in September, and then construction and TP will hopefully be this October.
And how long will it take to finish the construction?
Construction, I think, what do we think, Steve? Like a year? Not even? A little less? 4 months.
4 months.
Quicker
That's
than I
quick.
thought. Yeah.
Thank you. So it looks like you are making a recommendation to have it on the north side instead of south because of the utility relocation challenges.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And it will be more expensive. All right. Let me turn to my District 3 colleagues because this sidewalk is in their district. Will be. Who is going to
Great.
go first?
Well, I feel like I'm, in one of those infomercials where it's like, I'm not just a spokesman, I'm a client. And this sidewalk will actually go across on the Sweetbriar into my yard. And so like Director Williams over there on Wellesley, where, this will affect us, but also add to the community. These look good. I appreciate, I know there's engineering reasons why the bump out happened. I know that was something that a lot of our folks wanted because then it makes them lose less of their, grassy areas that they use in the yards to play and to, have their pets and those kind of things. I appreciated in conversations too, we're talking about a sidewalk one day in Sweetbriar, and so making sure that when it does go on to Sweetbriar that would be the same side that a future sidewalk would be in, so that it just ties in nicely with the community, because again, that's important to have that connectivity to the path, and it just more as a public sharing that in my conversations with staff, that's exactly what seems to be the case, that would make sense to do the sidewalk on that side of Sweetbriar, the even-numbered side of Sweetbriar. So everything looks great. Let's do it.
Let's do it. That's the way it should be. Thank you. Councilor Wirtz, any further comments? Oh, sorry, Councilor Hill. Now, I know anyone can raise a hand, but as we did in the past, okay, you sacrificed that. Thank you. All right, Councilor Hill, please go ahead. You need to, someone needs to turn it on.
Okay, yes, thank you. So I just got a basic question. Hopefully you have this, I'm not sure you would have this data or answer, but just in case. Of the 27 homes that will be impacted, and let me just say, I am full support of sidewalks and pedestrian safety. It's so disappointing that so much of this community of College Park has been built without sidewalks, and that we have to retrospectively put them in at this point. Now, I'm just wondering how many senior citizens are impacted by this of those 27 homes on the north side of Wellesley Drive. I ask this because there is such program that we have of neighbors helping neighbors. And when it snows, we get a lot of requests from seniors. And wondering what kind of impact that's going to have on the demand for neighbors helping neighbors organizing snow removal from sidewalks of seniors there.
That's a very good point, and off the top of my head, I don't have the answer for that. I don't know if DPW does, but that is something that we can
I see our city engineer, Mr. Halpern, is approaching the podium with some information, maybe.
We didn't ask anybody's age
Yeah.
or abilities.
I can think of two.
You can think of
Two households.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good information. Thank you. Who is next? Councilmember Simmons.
This is just a really quick question, and I don't mean to be obtuse, but I know you asked for feedback, but you are at 60% design right now, so I'm wondering, like, is there useful feedback that council can give you at this point at 60%
There is,
design?
yes, and approaching 90%, we do have flexibility to make adjustments. Now, if it was a wholesale change, let's move the sidewalk to the south side, we'd have to start back. We'd have to go back a step and redo a lot of the design work that we've done, but we're definitely open to feedback. We want to hear what you have to say.
What type of feedback is useful?
If you have any broad comments about the way you see the design or the layout or anything else that you'd like for us to incorporate, I'm glad to hear that sidewalk on the north side of Sweetbriar is a good option, and Mr. Halpern has told us before about the future plans for Sweetbriar, so we kind of were thinking about that and how we can provide sidewalk in our stretch to provide connectivity to the trail, so I'm glad to hear that you like that. Not impacting utilities, bumping into the road, avoiding subgrade utilities, not doing more pavement than we have to. The property owners seem to be, in general, in favor of the project, and we're very willing to work with us to be able to reconstruct their driveways. I'm not sure what else, if the council likes seeing the sidewalk here as it is, then that'd be great. If there's any little things you do want us to factor in, or upcoming other plans or improvements in the area, certainly let us know.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Councilmember Ranker.
Yeah, no, just one thing that I will be talking with the community about is, and I discussed this with Mr. Halpern, there's a couple school bus stops, or I guess really one school bus stop, and maybe we want a pad there. But I'll hopefully be getting that information back ASAP.
Thank you. So are you going to come before the council for the budget approval, construction budget? No.
Mr. Halpern will come with the final offer.
Okay, Mr. Halpern will come in.
Yes.
So he's coming back.
I'll also
One
just say this is already approved as part of the SIP for Complete and Green Streets. So
Yes,
it's
exactly.
funded
Yeah.
in the FY24.
Funding is there, but I think normally council actually
It's
has
just
a
the
vote.
purchase, right? It's the contract itself for the particular
Yeah.
project, but yes,
Yeah,
it
that'll
is
be
already
coming.
funded.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I think, Mr. Halpern, please correct me, I think this street is probably the widest street in the entire city of College Park. Am I correct? One of those. And I'm saying this because oftentimes we had challenges in putting sidewalk because of the narrowness of the street, but at least we don't have that challenge. So I think it should be pretty easy for us to put a sidewalk without having any of those concerns. So I'm very happy that we're doing it. Thank you. Also, the other good thing about, because we built the sidewalk on Edmonston, so that makes a connection between Edmonston and the trail, so people can walk a long way. So that's a good thing. It's part of our complete street project's goal, right? Thank you. So this is a presentation. We are not taking any votes, correct?
Just one last question.
Question or comment? Mr.
Yeah,
Hill.
just one last question. And just a verification on page 13 of your presentation, the illustration of the sidewalk. I just want to verify, and it looks like it is here, that there's not going to be a grass buffer between the curb and the sidewalk. It's just going to be straight sidewalk.
Correct. We did look at that, but then that pushed the driveway reconstruction farther back.
Yeah.
So, or it would require us to cut into the roadway more, and you wouldn't have the dual parking. So something would have to be sacrificed in order to accommodate a buffer, unfortunately.
Okay, that's good. Great, thank you.
Well, and just to clarify, that's on Wellesley. Because on
Wellesley,
Sweetbriar,
yes,
then you
Sweetbriar
are
does have a
talking
buffer.
about.
Yes, this is just Wellesley, yep.
Thank you. So that's all we have. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
your time.
We're excited. And thank you, Steve, and your team at the Public Works for your help as well. We do have 2 more presentations. The fourth one is a pre-application presentation on aviation landing, and this will be presented by our Director of Planning, Ms. Bader. Thank you for your patience again.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce the presenter tonight, Jessica Jones from Terrapin Development Company, and she will do a pre-application presentation on aviation landing.
Thank you. Ms. Jones, welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. My name is, this is a PDF. Like, can I make it? Okay. I know, I was like, can I make it full screen?
You should be able to.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. There we go.
There you go.
Perfect. So, good evening. My name is Jessica Jones. I'm with Terrapin Development Company. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm joined by one of our partners on the aviation landing deal, Greg Reeves, with Mosaic Development Partners. And I won't be before you long. We have a brief presentation on the project not too far from here off of Campus Drive. Just a brief agenda. We'll just do a quick intro to our development team, an overview with benefits and project goals. So, as I mentioned, I'm with Terrapin Development. We're a county-based joint venture between the University of Maryland and the University of Maryland Foundation. We're led by Ken Ullman. Greg Reeves is with Mosaic Development. They are a local development company. They have an office in Prince George's County and Philadelphia. Four Castles is a local fire protection company. They have one of their main offices is actually in the aviation district, and they have a consultant, Mark Rolinski, and we have Rise Investments as our economic development advisor with Brad Fromm and Justin Ross. So this project it's been our baby for a while. So right at the intersection of Campus Drive and Corporal Frank Scott Drive, the Redevelopment Authority of Prince George's County put out an RFP for this parking lot. It's about 2.6 acres, and with our dynamic development team, the Castle family actually owns quite a few of the parcels you see on the screen. And as part of that, we decided to put together a submission for this RFP, and we were awarded. The Redevelopment Authority has been great to work with thus far, and we're taking basically a portion of that 2.6 acre lot to do our phase 1 for aviation landing, which is what we are showing in yellow. So the building to plan north of what we're looking at here is owned by the Castle family, and it goes into the RDA site. So phase 1 is approximately 300 to 350 apartment units with 262 parking spaces, roughly 30 to 35,000 square feet of commercial space, and we all know and love the Purple Line. The new Purple Line stop is directly across the street, as well as the College Park Metro, and JTCC is to Plan East. And the oldest running airport in the world is to the north. Just trying to move. How do you move? There we go. So I just have some vignettes, some images. These are illustrative examples of what the full build-out of aviation landing will look like. We went through phase 1, but this will be a multi-phase project spanning over multiple years. We're looking at about 4 phases for this project. So this is if you're coming off the metro and this is one of the first things you see. We have this open space plaza that's going to be part of phase 1. with the aviation village, like phase 1 in the background. This is Campus Drive. Then if we were to come down Campus Drive, this is at the intersection of Campus and Corporal Frank Scott. We pay some homage to the aviation history of this area. So another photo of what phase 1 would look like with the College Park Metro parking garage in the background. And this is just another image of what we envision the inside will look like. Again, this is a multi-phase development, so this is looking at it as a full build-out. So some project benefits that I wanted to touch on. I'm not going to read the entire slide deck, the entire slide, but we are setting aside some affordable workforce housing. 20% of those units will be set aside for that. This is 100% impervious space. So we're doing we're bringing in some greenery. We're going to have this open space, the Village Green. We are improving local infrastructure. This site is also in a floodplain, so we are working to mitigate flood measures and also relocate a very large stormwater pipe that's running through the middle of the site. We plan to take advantage of the fact that this is a transit-oriented development. So we want to ensure that this project not only, is equitable for the community, but also just, people, planet, profit is what I like to say. It's the triple bottom line. Local and equitable, speaking of people, planet, profit, local, equitable inclusion. So our entire development team is local, and we're also reserving a portion of investment opportunities for minority and women investors with a focus on residents that live in the county for those who are interested in investing in the project. And just to kind of recap, like our phase 1 goal, this is where we are right now as far as like the initial first floor plan of phase 1. Again, just to orient, Campus Drive and Corporal Frank Scott is here to serve as a hub center for activity, creating jobs, increasing the economic tax base, mixed income housing, investment opportunity expansion. And phase 1 is so important because it's the catalyst for future development phases for this entire district. And I think on the next page, so we are looking at a multi-phase project, as I mentioned, phase 1 being here. We have like phase 2, 3, and 4. So these are all the properties that we either have a partnership, like a partner on the team is committed to putting into future phases of the project. And just to reiterate the economic investment for this project, so for phase 1, once it's complete, we're looking at approximately 230 full-time permanent jobs and putting this property on the tax roll, so bringing in tax benefits to the city and the county with a total of approximately $30 million annual economic output once we're at full development, the numbers on the screen, we have 2,700 full-time jobs with $10 million in county tax revenue, $4 million tax benefits to the city with $370 million annual economic output. This is from an analysis report we had done with HRA advisors for aviation landing. And that, I believe, is the end. I will take questions.
Certainly. I see a couple of hands. I've got a quick question, if I may. I know this is an old plan, as you say. I think first we heard back in 2022, I believe.
Yeah, so the RFP, the Redevelopment Authority of Prince George's County put out the RFP in 2022.
Yeah, and at that time, I believe the plan was calling for 1.3 million square feet of build-out.
That's total, yeah,
Total.
like total, like not phase one, that's,
So
yeah.
what you're suggesting phase one, but it's still after this phase, there could be total build-out. Is that
Eventually,
correct?
yes.
Eventually?
Eventually.
Okay.
We're trying to get through, phase one has been, we've done a lot of pre-development, as you know, like, we're all like 2022, it's 2026, but trying to get through, doing a lot of the analysis with, we've worked with the Park and Planning Commission, like we're looking at off-site compensatory storage for stormwater, moving this pipe that's been running through the middle of our site, all the flood mitigation measures. It's taken a lot of time to get to this point.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but let me let me allow my council colleagues first. So this project in District 3, out of respect, let me ask Councilor Ranker first, and then Councilor Mitchell.
Well, thank you so much for this. This is the first time, and I think any of us are seeing this, so I do have some questions. Knowing that this is still very early, I have been here long enough to understand that you don't have everything right now ready to go here. But have there been already conversations with or looking at FAA and MAA about building heights and you might know we just had a conversation about this our last meeting, but we want to make sure that none of the development there would affect the imaginary plane of the flight paths.
There have been conversations. So Brad Fromm is also an advisor with JTCC. So he's ensured that we're also paying attention to the height restrictions. So we've taken that into account. So we actually are looking right now for phase one, just like it gets higher as you go to campus, but the closer you get to the airport, the lower it has to be. So yeah, we've taken that into account.
Great. Do you have an idea of so far how much state funds have gone towards the project or has been pledged for the project?
So I know that the Redevelopment Authority has submitted, they did a DHCD grant for that stormwater pipe relocation. That was $3 million. That is like a direct allocation to the project for infrastructure. Do we have?
Yeah, I think we're still working through that because if I can.
Please come forward to the mic.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
Greg Reeves. We're looking
Please
at
introduce
that.
yourself first.
Greg Reeves, CEO of Mosaic Development Partners.
Thank you.
We've been spending quite a bit of time on this. I think it's been 2023 we've been working on this project, and most of it has been around the stormwater management problems and the floodplain. And so we've actually had to bring in two different civil engineers to help us solve the problem, and it's really a multi-million-dollar issue. What's happening is most of the water that's coming to that site is not being borne by the site. It's coming from other sources. And so we've been working with the county on how do we solve that issue, and I think we have a solution, but it's now a phased solution rather than a full plan. The full cost of that is somewhere north of $6 million to address that issue, and we thought rather than taking that piece right away, we can figure out a new strategy that is a phased approach, and we think we've done that, and it's bringing the cost down over time. And so that's really been where we focus, and we're using some of those funds to address that.
Yeah, so we've been really helpful. Like the Redevelopment Authority has been a great
They've been
partner,
great, yes.
and actually helping us secure funds to be able to relocate the 72-inch pipe.
Great. Thanks. I'll just go through. Sorry, I have a few here, but again, knowing that this is early, but bike connectivity is extremely important to our College Park residents, and so both then, what I would like to see is coming from the trail that would be east of Aviation Landing. The JTC is actually rerouting the bike trail, but I want to make sure that that trail can lead directly to the metro. So that would kind of create the last link for many communities from the community to the metro station. It also, of course, would make it easier for them to visit many of the commercial properties there that will be on site. I also would want to see that area connected then east from, so not on your site, but but that this project would connect the trail over the stream there to the park, where there's beautiful playground, there's tennis courts and everything, and of course that will benefit the residents immensely, but will also benefit our community. So those are two pieces with the bike connectivity that I really want to prioritize. I know also affordability is something that this council especially has been very attentive to and excited about. Glad to see the affordability is in there. I think it was 20% of units in phase one.
Phase one.
Obviously, we'd love to keep that percentage up in the other phases too. We have had a housing study that was done that said for 80% and higher AMI, we actually have too much. We have an oversupply in College Park. It's really the 60% and below. So just again, I know this is early, but we would really want to focus on the quantity being in the 60% and below. So that would be our, well, I'm speaking for myself, but also, as we've talked about, that would be important. I noticed in the drawings that River Road, so would River Road then extend beyond Campus Drive?
So we're proposing a River Road extension. It would go through the site up and connect to College Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And it would just, I mean, there's already a light there, but so it would connect into that.
Yes.
The idea being those people coming out there you could either turn in to the right into there. Can you go straight from River Road?
You go straight from River Road.
Yeah.
Can you turn left? Is that part of the idea too?
From River Road going into that?
From Campus Drive, turn left, or do you have to go to the Corporal Frank Scott?
No, from none of the current traffic patterns would change. The addition would be you could now go from River Road into the property.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're looking at whether coming out of the property you can take a left. It might be a right turn, right turn in, right turn out. We're doing a traffic study now to determine what the right approach is. But we're really open to what makes the most sense. You have a light there, and then you have a light right at Corporal Scott, and so they're very close, and so we just don't want to create any additional complications there.
Right. No, exactly. And I think that's something that I'm interested in too. And timing these lights so that they can be responsive to people being there, but not.
Right.
Right now, they're not smart lights, and it's just really frustrating.
Yeah.
But knowing that now it's a state road on the River Road Campus Drive, whereas the other side of Campus Drive is a county road, which I know also makes it fun. So, and then I mean, just I know we're talking generalities. What's timelines here are we talking about? Is in terms of you'd have to go through all these approvals and everything, but what are we looking at?
Well, we're
ballpark.
We're going through the preliminary plan of subdivision right now, and so our hope would be to really move through with entitlements as quickly as we can, provided that we have a development that everybody's happy with, and we think we'll achieve that.
So there doesn't need to be any zoning changes, is that?
No.
It's already zoned for this.
No.
Great.
But it is a new development. Right now, I'm sure everybody here knows that site. It's very industrial. One of the challenges that we have, frankly, when we're working with the great owner who owns most of those parcels is transitioning that from an industrial base into something that is residential now and something that's mixed use, something that brings new retail sources, food and beverage. We know working with the Quantum community, there's a really huge desire for more food and beverage in that location. And so they want high quality housing, they want food and beverage, they want walkability, and they don't want it to be an industrial place that has a lot of cars doing repairs. And so we're working.
That's where my
through all of
mechanic
that.
is currently. But and so is the vision then that as phase one ground breaks, you're already starting the planning for phase two, and that would ground break once the phase one is complete, and it's kind of like a domino in that way, or are we looking at years in the future?
We're all very committed to moving the phases forward as quickly as demand allows. I mean, it will be dependent upon how well the first phase does.
Yeah,
it's got to stabilize.
Yeah.
I see.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'd love to move it that quickly as you've described. So that would be our goal.
I see Councilmember Mitchell, but also District 3, Councilmember Olds is there.
You can go first.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we know. No, she asked you to go. please.
Thank you. Like Councilmember Ranker, this is in my district. I'll just say my mechanic is in a different place, but I, for one, am excited to turn some vacant parking lots into more productive use for the city. I think I would echo a lot of what Councilmember Ranker said. I think on stormwater, the neighborhood I live in, just on the other side of the train tracks, the county is currently doing a $14 million stormwater project. So I know that that's going to be a big issue, and I'm interested in where things are coming, the stormwater pipe you mentioned, and where things are coming from, because maybe that's on the other side, but we can follow up on that later. And then I would just I know that, when is I know you're doing a presentation later this month.
We have a community meeting later this month on the 27th.
25th, I think. Is it 7th?
It's Thursday. It was supposed to be the 25th. I think we moved it to the 27th.
Oh, it's changed.
It's Thursday, yes.
Okay.
And that's here in
yes,
council chambers.
Downstairs.
In the community room.
Yeah.
So it'll be Thursday, August 27th from 6:30 to 8:30.
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
And then just as a commentary, love the vibes of the imagery and things that you're putting out. I will say, as community members and other folks look at it, though, I think one of the cafe tables you had is like people eating in front of the FDA building. So just be careful as you're presenting, hey, this is what it's going to look like, because I think that one in particular is, unless you're going to change, something's happening with the FDA building that I'm unaware of, I don't think the vibe there is going to change in the way that you're presenting. So I'd just be sensitive to that local knowledge. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. I know 2022, 4 years later, you're finally here, so I know you're elated about that. Two things I wanted to ask a question on in regards to the actual phase one. You are going to be looking at things that are ADA accessible,
Yes,
especially
definitely.
for individuals who have hard time walking or in wheelchair bound. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
One of the challenges is because we're in a floodplain, we have to raise the building by about 5 feet.
Mhm.
And so part of what we're working through is really the ADA component of that. How do we make sure that it's fully accessible while you're raising a building higher than the sidewalks?
Okay. And then you also mentioned about the number of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
That's the number of jobs that will be brought to this actual
Yes.
project, or
Between the uses the commercial uses.
the commercial
yeah.
uses.
And
for
the
that.
offices that are coming in, we have quite a bit of space that
Right.
we have planned already for office, that we know there will be office users coming to that area. And so we've been working with them. And so that's a
Yeah.
large piece of it. We also have the construction jobs that we haven't really talked about, but that's
Right, those
a
are
component of
Right,
it.
so two things, construction jobs as well as the jobs that come into play once you're finished. Just want to make sure that residents of College Park who are looking for jobs have the opportunity to be able to apply, and you also work with Employ Prince George's to help augment with some training for those individuals, so they actually are prepared and positioned
Yep.
to apply for jobs with you. So I would hope that would be a part of your plan moving forward.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Good to know. Let's go Councilmember Hugh probably, and then Councilmember Simmons, Jordan, and Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, I'm wondering about the zoning for that area. Is it, has there been a zoning change for
It's
this?
under the newest zoning ordinance, it's RTOLE. So regional transit oriented edge, like I can't remember what the L stands for, but it's on the edge. So yes, I think under pre-2022 it was zoned differently, but it's definitely under a transit oriented zone now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking this because this is one of our premium industrial zones in the city.
Mm-hmm.
And as quantum computing is becoming this, to College Park is, the central location for it, it falls into an industrial use, and any kind of manufacturing and that sort of thing. And my main concern is that, where are we going to put this sort of usage as this starts being taken up by other use? District 1 doesn't have an industrial zone in the sense that Route 1 has been kind of used industrially in the past, and we're trying to move away from that. So, as these needs for spaces that are industrial in nature, I'm wondering where they're going to go, and I don't want to see them coming on Route 1 in College Park. I mean District 1 in North College Park. So I'm just feeling a little wary about this transformation of our industrial zoning and usage.
Well, there's also like the Discovery District. So like if you go back on River Road, there's a lot of, that's being developed really with a lot of space for
those uses.
For the industrial.
And there's a building, we're working very closely with the Quantum community as a part of this development. They're very supportive of what we're doing and really want to see this as really a consequence of them coming. And so that's one of the asks that we've been asked for from Dr. Pines and the community because of the quantum investment that's happening there. This is supportive of that and part of the district overall.
Yes, I can appreciate it being close to the metro and all that. It's just those things kind of concern me, and the proximity to the airport. We need to tread carefully to preserve that part of our history. Thank you.
We agree.
Thank you. Councilor Simmons.
Thank you. I do have just a couple of questions. I did want to echo some of the things that my colleague council member Ranker brought up, specifically his comments on affordable housing and the level of AMI that we are really hoping and looking for in the projects that come into College Park, and also being thoughtful about the pedestrian and bicycle improvements, the tie-in with transit. One thing that I would be curious about is there is a bus stop at what looks like the northeast corner of 51st and Campus Drive. And I don't know if it would make sense to move that stop closer to the entrance to your site. I don't have any opinions on that, but it is something that I just wanted to raise as a thought. Also, the right-in, right-out, I will admit I didn't catch the details of that, but as someone who frequently finds ways around obeying right-ins, right-outs, I'm always dubious. So I am not a traffic engineer. I don't know how that's going to work out for you all, but I am just putting that out there early. I am interested, and you probably went over some of this, but could you just give us like very high level, but kind of a comprehensive overview of what your entitlement process is going to look like? I understand that you're currently in the preliminary plan of subdivision. It seems like that's going to deal with the whole site and all phases, and then you're going to pursue individual site plans for each phase. I don't know if you're doing those concurrently. It seems like you're not going through mandatory referral.
Correct.
What is the neighborhood meeting? Which application is that associated with? I think that would be really helpful.
So yeah, we're not going through mandatory referral because this is a private development, even though the University of Maryland is one of our partners. But this site is private. So the preliminary plan of subdivision is what we are submitting first. That's for the entire district. The community meeting is for the preliminary plan of subdivision. It is almost in tandem, but the PPS is going to go first, and then we have the detailed site plan for phase 1. So, yeah.
And so that'll follow shortly thereafter?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right. I think that is all for me. Thank you all for your time.
And this community meeting is a requirement of the new zoning process, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
That you must have it. Okay.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilor Jordan and then Councilor Hernandez.
Thank you for your presentation today. Thank you for including the affordable housing piece. In College Park, we want to support families. It sounds like it will be a lovely place. Quantum is there, such close access to public transportation. And I wanted to ask if you'll be including 3-bedroom apartments for people with multiple children or kids in a home office, those kinds of things.
We do have
We
3
actually
bedrooms.
have some
Yes,
3
we do.
bedrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Hernandez and Councilor Orsa, second bite. Right? Okay. Please go ahead.
First off, I'm extremely impressed by the graphic designs of like the display of it all. I think what's wonderful here is the interconnectedness of the site, right? So not only do we have our metro partners being a part of that discussion, but also our Purple Line crossing right through. I know that County Council Member Olson is working on some east-west bicycle routes. One of the things that I know that we like are so far from breaking ground and doing any of the future improvements, but that I'd like for folks to keep in mind is to keep it walkable.
Yes.
As we're continuing to add infrastructure to this space, and or my District 3 colleagues can tell you better, there's only that one pathway right there, and often it falls victim to graffiti and tagging. So whatever we can do to make sure that the development is mindfully investing in that infrastructure, that pedestrian infrastructure, we would really appreciate it. Whether that's lighting, whether that's some sort of art, it would really be appreciated because you only have really that one channel.
Yeah.
Right.
We have a lot of different tools that we have across the city, including microtransportation. We have a contract with VIO in partnership with the university, and I'm sure as the city continues to grow, so too will those options. I do want to also request that retail be kept in mind for this particular space. I saw that there was yes,
It's a big focus of ours. Yeah.
It's gonna be a major focus, mostly because there's nothing really around there as it stands, and if we want to continue to keep it a walkable community, we're gonna want to make sure that we really significantly invest in bringing in local grocers and other amenities that would be a part of a workforce industry that's probably going to be working quite a long amount of hours, right? Additionally, I know that we just talked about it and that you guys are working in partnership with Quantum today, this afternoon, later, or this evening later, maybe the morning at this point. I'm gonna be submitting an agenda item for us to be discussing across council a quantum community initiative to support the quantum industry. I don't have to tell you all, but the Quantum World Congress is going to be hosted here in the month of September, and I want to make sure we're having deliberative conversations. The state of Maryland is calling this the quantum capital of the world, and the White House recently published an executive order requesting the significant investment into quantum. So I'm glad that we're really going forward with that in mind. Finally, I just want to say, good luck. This is a large project. And please count on us. Understand that we have significant competing equities there that I think we can all work together, either through partnership with MNCPPC for the airport and through our wonderful expansion of the JTCC. As I understand, their plans were approved despite our different conversation. But thank you so much, all right? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Ors, and then Councilor Simmons again.
Great. So I think just building off of Councilmember Hernandez's comments, we've talked in the past about College Park having like a 15-minute city that's walkable, bikeable to get to the places, things that you need. I just wanted to reinforce some of our earlier discussion tonight about childcare. I'm sure it probably doesn't make sense for phase one, but as you build out the site, you are creating a new neighborhood in College Park, maybe combined with the Atworth. But this is kind of an area that's currently in between where people are. And so I think as you're building it out, really making sure that you're providing the things that people need. I also think this location right across from the metro is very strategic for people kind of coming and going who may be going downtown. So I wanted to highlight that. I think the other thing to highlight, I know that we've had discussions with the county in particular about revitalization of Campus Drive, and so I'm sure something that you would be interested in, but we are also interested in is fixing the bridge that goes across the Anacostia tributary there, and really ensuring that as you're making these investments here, that we can also get the county to make investments, because I think that having something of this scale, frankly, like the roads and the sidewalks, it's still wouldn't even be walkable from some of the neighborhoods nearby, given the state of things there. But that's a problem we can't build out and fix. We need your help to push the county.
We certainly are going to be making a major investment on the sidewalk infrastructure on our parcel set. You will see a change in that whole district.
That's true.
That will be accretive to the overall development.
Yes.
So it will be different and better.
Thank you. Councilor Simmons, second bite, and Councilor Ranker, again, second bite.
Thank you. I will make this really brief. One of my colleagues made me think of this. I think in talking about pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, also for this area, and I think your renderings are capturing this, having a more like an urban street frontage, wider sidewalks. So frequently we see, even in our urban core, we're getting 5 and 6 foot sidewalks with a very suburban style planting strip in locations. I think it would be excellent to see a much wider sidewalk, urban like furniture and amenity zones, street trees, and really bring out that aspect so you have people feeling comfortable walking along the street frontage as well. So,
great.
Thank
All
you.
good comments.
Thank you. And finally, Councilor Ranker, and I see Councilor Mitchell again.
Well, I did, there was a question about the apartments, and wanted to clarify, is any of this envisioned as student housing?
That is not the goal. That's not the strategy. I mean, we just finished a student housing building up the street, but this is not the target audience. We would imagine that there might be 20% of students that may choose to live there, but that's not our target.
Right. So it's not
It's
intentionally,
professionals, it's workforce. Right. It's working families, working individuals, people who are in the Quantum District that want to work there and they don't have a place today to go. It's not for students. That's not the goal of this development.
Great. And I did want to recognize Mr. McGinnis back there, the Assistant Vice President for Real Estate at the University of Maryland. I just wondered if maybe you could speak just briefly on the University of Maryland's interests in aviation landing as a partner and what the university's hopes are.
Absolutely. So I actually think this is a real exciting opportunity. I think, so I've been at the university for 19 years. Before I was at the university, I worked at the Joint Development Program at WMATA, where we did state development at stations. And I have sat and I have looked at this College Park location as a transit hub for decades, and it has languished and lagged. And this is an opportunity to bring the things that other metro stations have, to increase the city and the county and the state's tax base, to bring jobs, to do all of those things that really belong in a true transit hub. So from those general concepts, that's university's support. In addition, the university's role in this, Terrapin Development Company, as you know, is an affiliate of the university, part owned by the university and its foundation. But the university's role in this, too, is that some of the commercial locations here will be master leased by the university to provide that kind of immediate creditworthiness to assist the project. I think, and it's not for me to say, but I know that we recognize that it is near the College Park Airport. How many people here know who Corporal Frank Scott is? This is like my boring thing. And Jessica knows this. I say this at meetings. So he's actually the only enlisted member of the military for whom an Air Force base is named. So there is a history there that you have to acknowledge. But the university has an aerospace engineering program. The university has internal programs that can, and I think should, relate to and connect to this area in a very natural way that doesn't just address the history in the 1910s, but also looks to the future. So that's my long-winded way of saying the university is very interested in this. We're very aware of it, and we support it. But I'm only here accidentally for another matter. So.
Thank you. Councilor Mitchell and Councilor Hernandez, please be brief because we're running late.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief. In regards to your, you mentioned, Mr. McGinnis mentioned about the airport. Are you going to look at some type of noise mitigation to offset because you're close to the airport?
We're doing a noise study.
We are.
Yeah, we're actually doing
And we're in the process of it now.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Good. That was really brief. Thank you. Councilor Hernandez, very last one probably.
I think we're having like a telepathic thing because, so my question was about noise too. So residents, I've heard residents, so as you all know and everyone knows, right, this is the oldest, longest continuingly operating airport in the world, right?
Yes.
Yet we still get complaints from residents that the airplanes are flying. And while it's well-meaning, I mean, we built the houses after the airport was there. You chose to buy your home after the airport was there, and that's fine. Like, I love them. I could watch F-16s. I was next to an Air Force base. I'm Air Force. Like, I love it. But I know that there are some residents who have that issue. What I want to make sure that you all are doing while you're developing this is that you're addressing that before it becomes a problem, right? You're choosing to actively build right next to an active airport. A resident's going to choose to buy there. So I know that there's a number of different noise mitigation issues. And it's not just there. I'm sure Kenilworth Avenue will give you a run for the money with the sound that comes from there. But, I mean, just for airport noise mitigation, what is the plan?
Well, I think we're still waiting on the study to come back. It's in progress, but
There's another response to that because I actually live near Andrews, so
I live near BWI.
Right, so the jets fly over me every day. I'm really accustomed to it. But I think your point is an interesting point because we're moving from an industrial site to a residential site, and the new residents that are going there aren't accustomed to that condition. And so we actually do a fair amount of master planning in similar communities on the East Coast, all along the East Coast. And we're very comfortable with those conversations, with orienting people as we're placemaking. We're going to a new place. We're really sharing with them what the value of these spaces that are surrounding. We look at these spaces as community anchors. Whether it's a tennis center, whether it's the airport, the university, the transit center, they should be honored and not complained about, in our view, because that's really where it starts with us as a development team, really sharing that story and the message, and that's part of the development process is really talking about the benefits that are already there, including the public spaces. There's so much great public space that's there that our residents, we hope, are looking forward to being a part of and being part of this community.
Yep, I think I'll be... okay, go ahead.
I think branding is fantastic. I think that if we can do whatever we can do early on in the building phase, right? Whether that's with windows or what.
I think it's a combination. It's a combination of design elements, but also just education. So I think with both,
Sure thing. Okay.
Right. Thank you. And I see hopefully it's the final one, Councilor. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
I'm fine, thank you.
I don't have any question. So I want to follow up on something Councilmember Ranker asked about the timeline. I know it's pretty early. This is the very first stop, right? You're going through. Do you have any ballpark
of construction?
Yeah.
Commencement. We're hoping next year. It'll be I would comfortably the third quarter.
Yes, but I mean that's also contingent on
approvals.
So there's only so much we can.
We have a timeline and a schedule.
Correct.
Okay.
We're not talking 3 years from now.
No.
That's
okay.
We like this.
And I know we talked quite a bit about the retail, and this is a transit-oriented development close to metro station and Purple Line.
Yes.
And I know some of us who have been on the council for a while, many years ago, I believe 20 years ago or so, at the corner of Route 1 and Campus Drive, the community wanted to have a commercial plaza, right? Remember that? East Campus, I think Ms. Bader probably can. So that didn't happen. So this could be kind of mini version of that, because College Park doesn't have anything exactly like other communities have. We
right,
have a
right.
downtown, still we need to work on it. So this could be one of them. The reason I'm asking, I know you're proposing the first phase, 30,000 square feet of retail. What is the, when the full build out will happen, how much retail will be having? Do you know? Any estimate? Probably not. Too
I
early?
have to get back in the PPS, but I think we might have been in the 80,000 square
80,000.
foot space, 85,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we can double check.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you, I saw the rendering, which is
Yeah.
attractive, but to make it happen, you really need a larger retail, most likely. Yeah.
That's certainly true. You also need density. You need
Yeah.
Right.
today's retail depends on people living in those spaces, living near those spaces. Walking. We talked about the 15-minute city. We look at the 10-minute city in our planning,
Yeah.
and so it's really how are we bringing people closer to those retail spaces so they're activated, they're used. You can't just put retail in a space today and expect it to live. You have to have people be there. That's what drives
Yeah.
retail.
Thank you. Thank you. I see as the council has full support for it, please keep us posted.
Okay.
And
Thank
we'll be
you.
here and see you on the 27th.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Downstairs. Thank you. All right, we have the final presentation, which is City Emergency Operation and Management and Emergency Operation Plan Overview, and this will be presented by our Deputy City Manager, Michelle Bailey Hedgepeth.
I'm
Welcome.
moving to this area because since I'm a presenter, Ed is going to be joining me. Ed Daniels is going to be joining me for the presentation itself. But in order to kind of streamline, I know it's been a long evening and I don't want to take too much time tonight. Staff has been working through the emergency management process. With the addition of Mr. Daniels to our staff, we actually have, I would like to say, a resident expert. I ended up working with him previously in another position with the state in regards to ERS, and we are very lucky to have him. Mr. Daniels has started to put together and to revise our, come on, Ed, stand over here next
Come
to
on,
me.
people want to see you.
I see you behind me. Stand over here. So Mr. Daniels has started to update our emergency management plans, but when we've been doing this, we've really been looking at the facilities here at City Hall. A lot of our plans are a lot of what we are doing or how we're responding are weather emergencies and knocking on wood, not major necessarily emergency issues. However, a lot of the EOC is being conducted out of our Public Works Department, and many of you, as we've had community meetings of there, have noted some of the limitations that we have at that facility and the need for an upgrade of that facility to an extent. And then as well, the addition of the use of this beautiful space in some ways to help to have an opportunity to host others for larger events and also for tactical training and things like that. So that's how we're going to start off our presentation. Ed, do you want me to pull up, or you got it for?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up. I might get up and change over there. But what we'd like to do is just show a couple slides and then basically answer your questions tonight on emergency management operations, and then also to get some feedback on where we're going. I think the one thing that we're looking at overall is to start to engage the public and engage the council in training in a meaningful way, and then also to set expectations for staff, because previously we have not had a formalized list of staff that is activated. Public Works has always been great, and I guess they're our gold star students, and they're very good at it. It's not that other people aren't as good at it, it's just more that we have to activate them sporadically, and we want to make sure everybody knows their roles in an emergency situation. All right, Ed, do I want me to find it? You got it? Okay. No, what is this one? It goes, that is it. Yep. It's coming up. All right.
Welcome, Ed.
Good evening.
The floor is yours.
So since I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the council this evening. Upon my joining the City of College Park, I've had a number of projects that I've been assigned, one of which is the emergency operations consideration. And within that project, the first part of my approach has been to review the current city's emergency operations plan and the continuity of operations plan. In reviewing those documents, one of the glaring, although it's a informational set of instructions and overview, but one of the main things that came to my attention was even though the city has an overview with regards to utilizing the public works location for an EOC event, the key thing that came to my attention was there was not a specific plan in place for mobilization of city resources and city personnel. So that's one of the key resources or one of the key ideas that I'm looking forward to and about before the city leadership with regards to beginning to establish a training program in developing a plan for personnel, city personnel, to be assigned specific roles and responsibilities in case of emergencies, of an emergency situation. As we would advance with regards to developing a mobilization plan, we would move forward with coordinating with our partner agencies and stakeholders, because at this point, the City of College Park doesn't have a great deal of first responder resources. So in the event of a critical incident, we would be relying on county resources and state resources to assist us in guiding through an emergency situation, and then utilizing those resources. It would require direct coordination with county emergency management as well. And also, so once we would advance with, the coordination plan with our partnering agencies, then we will move forward to community outreach and training. And that would involve non-governmental agencies, training community partners as far as what to do in a case of emergency, how to pre-prepare for a critical incident, and then the exchange of information between yourselves as elected city officials with your communities and with your community members, and work towards general training for the community as well as specific training recommendations for city officials. So basically, this plan moving forward will be a living document or a living plan, and will require adjustments as you move along. So this is the overview of what I just discussed as far as a review of the documents, development of our mobilization plan, working with our partnering agencies, and working with the community as well. The first step in consideration will be build out. Like Ms. Hespeth indicated, we will be looking to not only upgrade resources and capabilities with our public works location, but also develop and upgrade our resources here at City Hall. With the unique position of the City of College Park, we could be subject to any number of critical incidents, not just weather events. And in that, we would need to have the capability of having organized meeting rooms, planning locations. We would need to be able to coordinate locations and communications with county and state partners, and also build out the virtual and Zoom update options for members of the city or the county that may not be in a position to be on site of an emergency situation. And we think it would be in the best interest of the city to have two separate locations in the event of a critical incident, because if there's something that happens in one location that may not make that viable, or that takes that capability out of play, then we have the option to go to the second location. So staffing communications. The first part of our approach will be utilizing the Everbridge alert system to announce critical event to city staff, to our emergency management group. It would announce a situational awareness call. Your team members would go onto that call, and there would be an immediate conference call announced with the city team to provide situational awareness. From that point, there will be designation notification paths with regards to the city council notification in our city communications team, and then we will develop or activate our mobilization response, in which our emergency management group theoretically should be able to respond to the emergency operations location within approximately 1 hour ETA to begin the first operational period of the event. And then going to the next slide, as you can see, sorry, the font is kind of small, but then you're going to have your breakdown of your operations team, your planning team, your logistics team, and your finance team. And within your operations team, that's going to involve your direct partners, such as the city manager, deputy city manager. You're going to have public services, public works. You're going to have your contract police officers, UNPD, emergency operations manager, and as you can see, your non-governmental agencies if they're needed. And then the operation or the success of your operations team is going to go into your planning mode, in which you have your city manager and elected officials that are involved within a planning cell that will create, your next stage of your operational period if needed. That's when you're getting into the utilization and direct communication with police commands, county EOC, city DPW director, and mutual aid consideration if needed, as well as working directly with or notifications being utilized between the University of Maryland Emergency Management program. And then your logistics team is going to involve your other city other city teams, and being able to mobilize resources in place to stabilize an incident and move into a recovery period. And of course, you're going to have your finance representatives in place, because any emergency incident situation is going to need to be tracked as far as your resources that are going to be utilized in the event that you can work with the state or other or federal government with regards to the cost and potential reimbursement for an incident. So initially, this is just a draft of what would potentially be the city's core emergency management group. Starting with the city manager, the assistant city manager, and deputy city manager, and then you going down into your public services, public works, information technology, communications team, victim assistance if needed, and non-governmental agencies, and then, of course, like I said, human resources and finance. So then the key event with a critical incident is going to be the utilization of your communication resources. You want to be in contact with your social media situation. You want members of the communications team to work in a joint information system, or what's called a JIC, a joint information center, so that you're getting all the information from your first responders, from the county, and other organizations, so that a clear message is being delivered to news agencies and other leaders in the area. So moving forward, we're looking at developing a training program which would utilize resources that would provide training online with FEMA and the Emergency Management Institute. We have the ability to have personnel on the city staff that could take online courses, independent study courses, which are self-paced. And basically, you start from the ground up with regards to ICS, the introduction of the incident command system, then ICS 200, your basic incident command system for initial responders, and so on. And then you could also work in the utilization and teamwork of plugging in personnel that will work with Prince George's EOC, utilizing the Web EOC program, which is a remote online program that you can log on to and provide updates through the county as well as state representatives with regards to the ongoing status of an incident. So, like I said, this is a situation where you have your emergency management team, your emergency management group that utilizes this training to get a ground floor understanding of the emergency management system, because in a critical incident, a code enforcement officer could be the first person, city representative on the scene, but they'll know what to do and know what calls to make. And this is a brief slide in which it could be an information sheet to provide status updates. Basically, with this slide, I pre-listed some objectives that may come into play in an emergency situation. So your emergency management group could already be provided with this information to be able to fill out and provide updates when needed. So at this point, do I open the floor for any questions you may have?
Oh, thank you so much for working on it. I know we have been discussing it for a while, but finally it looks like something coming together. I appreciate it. Councilor Hernandez first.
Just really quickly. I'm all about this. This is fantastic. Having 17 years, I'm on my 17th year of the Air Force, like crisis, like planning ahead of time is what it's all about, right? So I think it's a phenomenal idea to get ahead of any sort of situation. Particularly what I'm thinking of is, you know what would be interesting? If you, Ed, I can't remember your last name, it's escaping me, but Ed, if you ran a tabletop exercise right now on how the city responds to, let's just say something that's really relevant, like when we had the windstorm, right? That where all the trees, I wasn't on council back then, but let's say it hit here, it hit Beltsville, and it hit Hyattsville, right? And unincorporated Hyattsville. The county's going to surge to make sure that they support some of the unincorporated parts, probably prior to helping out the cities. I mean, I have no idea. I don't know how they operate, but I mean, those are the first layers of government for them.
Right.
For us, what are we doing about the city? So, it's not a question. It's more. It's more like what I would love to be able to see is how we respond to something like that.
Oh,
how do we respond to yet another snowcrete, right? Or a fire or a massive hazard spill? Like, I really don't know what that would look like. So this is fantastic planning. I really, really appreciate it. I think heavy emphasis on communication, crisis communication is probably the hardest to possibly do. I don't know how serious we want to get about this to go for ham radios or like an emergency kit for all the council members or whoever, or just your strategic team. But I think it's important. I also think that not only would this be a significant resource for our municipality, but also for the university, for the county, and for the state in order to respond to some of these major issues. Well, if we have the capacity and the capabilities to be operationally prepared for some sort of catastrophic event, I mean, why not, right? Let's run with it. I'm sure there's a lot of grants with FEMA and whatnot to be able to help fund this, but I definitely think that, yes, we can use City Hall, but we should also be looking at an alternative location to complement the efforts that are happening in coordination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell and Councilor Oates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Mr. Daniel, thank you. Councilman Hernandez made a lot of the points I wanted to make up, but I do want to hone in on, hopefully, because of the interest of time, hopefully you'll be able to come back to us at another future work session, but then thereafter, come to us like every quarter to give us updates about where we are in the progress. One thing I wanted to uplift a little bit more that Councilman Hernandez mentioned is about the role of council and what resources we would need. I know I've talked about this at length and ad nauseum. You know, sometimes if power goes out, we don't know how to connect with the city manager, with you, or anyone. So how would that look like moving forward? And what training will we need specifically in order to be able to help work in tandem with you in regards to this emergency management system? So again, I appreciate what you're doing so far, and I definitely look forward to working with you. And this has been on the docket since 2012.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
Appreciate it. I see Councilor Oates and Councilor Hill, Councilor Simmons.
Yeah, I'll echo my colleagues' appreciation for your work, and I know you haven't been here since 2012, so you know your being here is helping move it forward. I think a few questions. In the cover memo, there was a piece about fiscal impact and that our FY27 budget had funded $30,000 to support the study, but that with the additional scope, the cost could be as high as $100,000.
It's the wrong fiscal impact.
Okay.
Let me clean that up.
If you can
yes, I
follow
will
up
make
with
that.
us.
I will make that change there. I think the interesting part about it is, Councilman, and when you ask about fiscal impacts, we're trying to determine, let's say, how much it will cost for some of the equipment for you. And then we're also trying to, in some ways, bootstrap our way through this and provide a lot of the resources that Ed provided as part of the training right now are still federal programs that are on the web that council can. So we will be giving you a list of what courses. Many of you may have taken some of the introductory courses already. So we would just be able to figure out for each one of you what's the right plan. But yes, I appreciate that catch.
And then the other piece that I found interesting, just on communications management. I know I mentioned Everbridge. I mentioned this, but we also have College Park alerts that are more broader alerts. This isn't about you, but I just have concerns with the city's increase in IT costs overall, and so like to the extent that we can work across departments and like find what is the IT solution that works for many different purposes.
And I know that Mr. Young is on the line, but I believe that some of the Everbridge, we also have a joint contract with COG, and so that we do have special pricing for Everbridge as well. But as you say, we will be utilizing all methods, and that's the reason why, as you see, Assistant City Manager Ms. Reams and our PIO are heavily a part of this plan. So I think that we will make sure that we're using all existing aspects to make sure we get things out to the public.
And I get that there's like different software things that you need to do different things. So I totally respect that, but just want to make sure that we're looking and not, looking across what we're doing. And then I know the question that you're actually asking us in your slide is kind of like what level of capability we want. I think, as noted, expecting that there'll be future conversations, but as someone who hasn't spent as much, I'm very interested in risk management and haven't spent as much time doing it myself. Interested in hearing more from you on what kind of our options are and helping us understand what are we buying for what costs, what are the benefits, and so that we can assess kind of the cost benefit of that.
So yeah, we'll be putting that, but we will be coming back to you with it. I think the one thing that we wanted to do was put something else, just start to put the primer in front of you so that you have an idea of what we're looking at doing, and if we're going in the wrong direction. I think it's pretty safe to say we need to update our emergency operations plan and our COOP. We're working, and I just wanted to note that we have University of Maryland on the line and that we are working on the building's emergency management plan and the COOP for the building, and I would like to thank them for their support of this as well. So we are starting to build out that capacity, and then you will see some opportunities like Councilman Hernandez has said in regards to tabletop exercises or TTXs that we'll have both with staff and the council to provide you some of that real world. So yeah, you may have something about a straight line winds. You may have something about, let's say, an explosion someplace that how we would respond, who would we get together, and ERS, who is MDRS, has some tabletop resources that we've actually tried to tap into so that we can be able to provide you with some already state resources before that money kind of dries up from the federal government. So we will be working through that.
Thank you. Council members Hill and then Councilor Simmons.
Thank you. As one, every time we survey our residents, public safety is number one in their responses. And this falls in line with providing that public safety services under emergency. As one who has taken the University of Maryland Citizen Police Academy, I've got the opportunity to tour there. I think it was multiple. I have more than one location, emergency response locations. I think, yes, this is long overdue. And I do recall when I first got on council back in 2013, one of our early orientation things we did was CERT training. We went under CERT training. And is that something we intend on bringing back? And for those of you who don't know, CERT training is Community Emergency Response Teams. So it's where residents and stakeholders partake in the efforts in responding to emergencies. What are our positions on
So since I've been on board, I've been in constant contact with Prince George's EOC, and I've had the opportunity to get onto their network as far as being able to remotely log in for emergency situations. I've also been hounding them with regards to their status in their community, the community operations, as well as specifically CERT. So they are in the process of modifying their training, and they've told me a number of times that once they get their situation in place as far as their CERT training, they'll let me know, and I will follow through.
And so if I understand correctly, we're looking to locate this in existing city buildings, per se, City Hall and or Public Works. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, we have an EOC set up at Public Works currently, and what we're looking to do is to expand our emergency operations to City Hall and into parts of City Hall for, let's say, using the community room for press briefings and things like that. I think those are natural fits, and so that's what we're looking to do.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're not using the penthouse suites at the hotel, like the District of Columbia. Who did that? Oh, it's county. So, yeah.
As long as University of Maryland doesn't send us a bill. Thank you. Let's see, Councilor Simmons and Councilor Jordan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So this is Mr. Daniels. It seems like you've been very busy since you got here. I really appreciate that we are updating our COOP and our emergency operations plan. That's exciting. These are really critical functions that we support. My question, I see two of your questions, the questions for council discussion, relate to facilities and capital improvements. And this is an area that I actually just don't know. Do we have a facilities master plan that's currently in effect, kind of guiding facilities investments throughout the city? And that's probably a question for Ms. Bailey Hedgepeth.
I would say we should, but I think that I think that we do have specific plans in our CIP for specific areas, which I've seen, but I will have to follow up on that issue because I think that's kind of where we're going with this, is to say, we know that there's some infrastructure that's needed at City Hall that wasn't really built in to these areas, that we can see that the capacity needs to be expanded. So, council member, I'll get back to you, and
Okay.
we can be able to provide. I want to provide a complete answer.
No, I really appreciate that, and I think that that would be incredibly helpful. Like my colleague, Councilmember Oates said, he's looking to you for recommendations on where to make those investments, and I would second that and just say that I think that it is much easier to make decisions about how to prioritize a capital investments, like long-term capital investments in facilities that we have, that we want, when we understand where are the gaps, what are the needs, are we maintaining the things that we already have, like are we being good stewards of our resources, and then thinking about expanding. And this seems like a really important aspect of that, and I would love to be able to contextualize it in like all of the facilities needs that the city has.
Agreed. I mean, I think it's a really good point. I think the issue that we are trying to just kind of address is that we know some of our deficits, but we don't know all of them, and I think that's what we're sort of pointing out. So your question's well placed, and I think that's what we will be coming back to you with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan?
Thank you for this report. I appreciate your laying out what you would like to get from this discussion. I did feel like I didn't really have enough background to know these, but they were really helpful in sort of like trying to think about what is it I'm looking for. So I would agree with my colleagues about wanting to see some recommendations from staff, but my general direction would be that these are things that we are interested in doing, particularly it'll be great to have staff cross-trained and all the different departments that you listed, and then the role of the council in this as well. I will probably be taking some of those online courses. If someone would like to give me a ham radio and teach me how to use it, I will be happy to do that. But I look forward to a further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mackey.
I'll be brief. I really appreciate what you've done with this and how you're planning to move forward, and anything that the council can do to support you, and I think is very important. As we go about doing this, I think it's really important that we're training our residents also to know what to do, and possibly have maybe some videos on the internet, on our website or something, like things that are practical for people. I think that there's a lot of fear, like from seniors especially, like not only with weather events, but with just different things that are happening in our world. And I think it's really important. We all went through COVID, right? And our city employees really rallied at COVID, and it was amazing what they did. But I think also preparing residents is very important, and making sure that they know that they should have, an emergency plan. They should, if there's a tornado warning, I've told people that they call me when there's a tornado warning. I said, well, you know what you should do? You should go down in your basement, in your bathroom downstairs. And I think that it's really important that information is out there for our residents, not only for weather events, but when we had 9/11, family was trying to call us and they couldn't get through to us because 9/11 happened, and there was the loss of life at the Pentagon and different places like that. So this work that you're doing is very, very important, and I know that my colleague has been a champion of this, and I think we all are in very much support of what you're doing, and just to encourage you to think of ways to train our residents how to deal with this.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I see our city manager, Mr. Young, has raised his hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to mention one quick thing, and I think it's important for the community and the council to understand that we're looking at particularly being able to be self-sufficient for about 72 hours or more after any kind of emergency that exists. And that's kind of how we look at making sure to plan. I can tell you when we had have those straight line winds, it was at least 72 hours before even Prince George's really was able to hone in on giving us some assistance. So we were pretty much self-reliant and able to get through that particular emergency. And the other thing that we learned there as well, and we've already corrected that, as each one of our phones for both our staff as well as the council now are on a all-on priority, emergency priority system. And we're just looking to continue making those improvements as best we can within the means that we have as well. So I just wanted to let you all know that. And as you're thinking about this, think about that level of responsibility be on us, being that a lot of the services that have the first response system, we don't oversee. And so that makes it a little bit more challenging in terms of the communication, but obviously communication is very important. Just thinking about also our public works facility being right next to the rail line and a number of other facilities in the area really could take out our main facility. So having a backup is important, and we'll be working toward that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy the conference. I know a couple of my colleagues talked about communicating with the residents when emergencies happen. And I know our communication department has been ramping up with different initiatives, things like we introduced the text messaging, which wasn't there before. And it is vital to have more and more residents connected through this system.
Right.
So that's something I don't have any formula or how to have more residents to be participating on this plan. But also when there's a tornado or something, we know the our phone system starts ringing, right? Is that something we can tap into? Is there any way the city can work with the emergency systems? I mean, if you don't have that,
it's something that we can look into. I see Mr. Young kind of nodding a little bit as well. So it's something that we can try to work in. We can work into our responses to council for the next presentation.
Yeah. I don't, and you can actually look into how many people have signed up for the text message. I don't think there are many there's been challenging connecting with the residents through the traditional ways, emails and communication medium. But everyone carries phone nowadays, so they can get alerts. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you for bringing up. Looks like more work to that, but congratulations on starting working on it. Thank you. So that's all we have about the presentation, but we have one action item. Yeah. I haven't forgotten that. This is 26G85, consideration of a letter of support to the Park and Planning for the proposed EMD Yale Avenue Fraternity Road improvements, and this will be again taken by our Plan Director of Planning, Ms. Bader.
It's my pleasure to present our presenter tonight, Ed McGinnis, Assistant Vice President of Real Estate, to talk about the Yale Avenue site improvements.
Thank you so much again for your patience. It's 11 o'clock.
When there was a motion to amend the agenda, I assumed you were going to move me up, and I was very, very heartbroken that didn't happen. But,
we'd like to see you around.
but I'm actually sort of pleased to be here at the end because I have, so Ed McGinnis, Assistant Vice President for Real Estate, University of Maryland. I'm here tonight to talk about some street improvements at Yale Avenue behind Fraternity Row. I'm joined today, Mark Clifford, Mark Bodman, our civil engineers with the firm of Whitman, Rickhart & Associates. I have a brief presentation to give. If at the end of that presentation there are questions, I am here to take the easy ones. These gentlemen are here to take the more complex and hard ones. But I actually don't think there'll be many questions, and I don't think, we're asking for the city's support related to a mandatory referral. The mandatory referral is an administrative review, so there's no planning board hearing associated with it because it is minor in nature, and we'll go through the presentation, and I'll show you why. But I'm going to start by saying I'm enormously confident that I will have the city's support because this project involves safety, bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, street trees, all things that I've heard in this meeting while I've been waiting. So let's talk a little bit about the project, and I know it's late and I'm not going to spend a lot of time. This is the before picture. The before picture typically has, as this one does, it's kind of a little black and white. It has all the yucky stuff in it. I'm not going to read the stuff on there because you can do it. What I do want to point out on this photograph is the two things at the left-hand and the right-hand side of it. The left-hand side of it is Ritchie Coliseum. That's the location of a new Purple Line station, transit connectivity. On the right-hand side is our now open Discovery House, our new graduate student housing community. How do you link those things together? One of the things I like about working in a university city community is it does become obvious over a period of time how many things we have in common, how many goals we share. And we're going to look at what this project is and why I think you're going to like it and support it. You can see at the and first of all, I also want to thank Ms. Bader for the very thorough staff report summarizing this and her recommendation of support. You can see this blue line here along Rossborough Avenue is an extended bike lane. There is a bike lane that runs parallel to the Purple Line on the west side of campus. We've extended it down Rossborough. I'm going to talk a little bit about how there's bike connectivity along Yale when I show a cross section here. Safety. We are replacing pull-in, pull-out parking spaces with parallel parking spaces. That obviously reduces conflict. We're moving dumpsters away from the road that allows them to be serviced without the trucks blocking traffic. There are trees that we are planting. We are putting landscape buffers in here. We are improving this area for connectivity reasons and really for aesthetic reasons. Discovery House is there. It serves our graduate student community. That's important. This is actually the really cool slide. This is the cross section of Yale Avenue as it's going to be improved. It doesn't have those sidewalks right now. It doesn't have the pedestrian connectivity. So what do you see here? You see a sidewalk, you see landscaping, you see the shared use path, the shared pedestrian bicycle path on the other side. And then the final slide, and I didn't mention this, is, ta-da, we are improving the stormwater management conditions on site. Anytime you do a new improvement in a very old area of town, you are necessarily going to do these civil improvements. So we are reducing the impervious area. We are adding stormwater treatment filters. We're reducing the heat island effect. I ask for your support of this, and I thank you.
That's all you have? Oh, fantastic.
I told you that you would like this.
You should have told us before. Put it at the beginning of the
That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Has anyone has any? Let me see, District 3.
Yeah, wanted to just ask about the parking here. I know that's going to be a major concern. It's university parking. I know in general, the university has been moving more towards encouraging folks to be, using public transit but can you maybe talk a little bit about the parking loss? And then a second piece here. Is part of this, will Princeton go through to connect?
That's not part of this project, but Princeton will go through and connect. That was part of the Discovery House approval that we were here before you earlier. So there will be the connection. We've been working with Mr. Halpern, who is a rock star and very cooperative. He actually really is very good. He's very easy to work with. So there will be a Princeton connection, but that when I talk about the bicycle connectivity, that bicycle connectivity will connect bicycles into the city street grid, and that will allow also bicycle connectivity to the metro station and to the community as well.
Right. And that looks like, especially because the ELP stops at Princeton, right? Is that the bike lane?
Yes, it does, yes.
Would stop there and then presumably like keep going on Princeton or
into
the
you're
city.
Right, and we'll work and cooperate with the city and creating the infrastructure that we need to make that safe and efficient.
Yeah. So back to the parking question, and Mr. Mayor, I'd also love to give our student reps a chance to after.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, press the
So I think, in general, support biking. I know the staff report mentioned that the spaces would, as noted, would be absorbed elsewhere. Interested in where that is.
So
also from the designs that we were given, it also seems to talk about Graduate Way and other, I don't know, can you talk a little bit more, not just about this, but how this fits into the broader vision for this space?
Sure, I can actually talk about both. Okay. With respect to the first question, so where would the parking reduction from this specific project, where would the parking be accommodated? If you drive through this area today, you will see that there is a lot of parking area that is currently encumbered by staging area from the Purple Line construction and from staging area that's related to the Next Gen project. So there's a lot of parking right now that's out of commission. That will come back into play and will be available for parking in the future. The Graduate Way, so Graduate Way was part of, Mr. Reeves from Mosaic was here earlier today. That was actually intended to be part of phase one with Discovery House. The reason why it was not put in phase one was when we began to study that project, we became aware of the fact that what shows up on the map as a community center for the Leonardtown community is actually the home of all of the infrastructure. It's where the electricity comes in, it's where the steam comes in, and so that could not be put into place until a phase two came along that would involve the repurposing of that Leonardtown community. So it's in the plan. It just can't be done until that point in time. And I'm not quite sure how many years in the future that is when those facilities become obsolete and we don't need them anymore. We can move on to develop something for the future at that spot.
Thank you.
Sorry, just
you're done.
the last point. Just as you're building this out, I would note where Rossborough Lane connects in with Campus Drive. I think you heard my previous comments about wanting to see improvements on Campus Drive that includes bike infrastructure. So would just want to ensure that whatever you're building here, as it connects into the county's hopeful future projects.
Yeah. One of the things, and I saw it was in the council package, though, that I will point out is, and this is actually a project that's being funded, but the university is working as the contractor on it, is so CP Cup with state support is soon going to be in construction of a bike trail on the north side of Campus Drive to connect that where that bike trail crosses at the trolley trail, and it'll run along Campus Drive and connect to Baltimore Avenue. So there actually is some additional bike infrastructure that's coming in this area, again, to advance what I call common purpose.
Thank you. When that project is coming?
We've been trying to unstick it with the state, and I'm working to unstick it. Susan Hartman has told me that she's there very close, and I will share with you that at the last CP Cup board meeting, Senator Rosepep said, if we can't unstick it, he will. So, soon.
Thank you. Let's go to a student liaison.
Yeah, just thank you so much for the presentation. Just to keep things short, just a few quick comments. Firstly, generally supportive of the project. I drive through there all the time. It's not visible at all right now. It's also not very safe for pedestrians, so I think that changing the parking situation from that diagonal parking we have now to parallel will be definitely very helpful. Just a couple things. Can you clarify exactly why the parking lot 16B, I believe, is going to be eliminated? Because as I understand it, they're thinning out the road on the end, but that whole parking section, why does that need to go? What's going to replace that?
I don't know the answer to that question. Do you know what the thought process was behind eliminating 16, gentlemen? I think it's the one by Rossborough, yeah.
It's just the alignment issue of how we had to tie in from Yale to Rossborough. We had a more gradual.
If you could please come to the mic, the audience is not.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Mark Clifford, civil engineer with Whitman Require Associates. So it's just an alignment issue. By the time we made that turn into to connect to Rossborough, there really wasn't much parking that could be salvaged there. And just keeping with the streetscaping theme, we were trying to enhance the aesthetics on the west side between the fraternity houses and Yale Avenue, and also open up some green space at the north end as well.
Gotcha. So is that just going to turn into like a bike lane and the green space all through that area?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then another quick question. I know it was mentioned earlier, not directly related to this, but I know that Princeton Avenue and Yale Avenue are connected now, but it's not open. Like, they have it blocked off. Do you know the reason why it's not being used right now? Like, they built the road and everything. There's a connection. I don't know if you guys would be able to answer that question.
Construction timing.
I actually don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question. I think it is a question of construction timing.
Yeah, with just how the timing worked out, so that project recently ended. The Yale Avenue project will be starting very soon. So the decision was made not to open that street up to the community and then immediately close it again. So during construction, that connection wouldn't be able to be used. So there wasn't value in opening it for a month.
Great. And that leads into the last question, which is, what is the timeline for this project? When is it going to be started? When is it projected to be finished?
Yeah.
So we've actually had some conversations about mitigating the parking loss. So we're going to start the project next semester. We're not going to start it right away. I don't know how long the duration of the project is. Once started, it's going to be, I know it's a two-phase project, and I'm not 100% sure what the schedule is. Do you?
Yeah, it's
Stop asking hard questions.
I think it's estimated to be around 6 to 8 months construction duration. So yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I just have a quick question back into regards of parking. So as Sammy said, that one lot is not going to be used anymore. And I've been looking at the campus plan, the long-term campus plan, and was just wondering, like, long-term, like, how do you see those parking spaces kind of coming back? Like, are there parking garages that are being planned just for those students, especially on Frat Row, that use that lot?
So again, short-term, opening up those spaces that are currently being encumbered by staging area for the two construction projects. Longer term, it's not related to this particular project, but longer term, as we're looking to develop that area of the Discovery District around the hotel, it's very obvious when we're doing planning that additional parking is going to be needed to pick up that development. So there are conceptual plans to put parking garages there. It's just not part of this project, and it's not something that is going to happen tomorrow. It's just when the development opportunity arises, we know it's going to happen.
Thank you. All right, that's all we have. So at this time, I can entertain a motion.
You've got 3 people.
Oh, there are 3 people? Sorry, my apologies. Councilor Simmons, Mayor Pro Tem Mackey, and Councilor Ranker.
Thank you. Thank you for being here to present this to us this evening, Mr. McGinnis. This is really exciting. I do have 2 quick questions. One, I think you said that you're currently going through the mandatory referral process, and it will be an administrative approval. Is that right?
That's correct. It's a staff approval, not a board approval. Yes.
Perfect. Where are you in the mandatory referral process right now?
It's kind of a hard question to answer when it's a staff approval. So Oh, it did?
Yeah, yeah, just in the last couple weeks or so, the mandatory referral process concluded.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
so
then
we've
we're
got
out of here.
there-
Good night, everybody.
So when do you need something? Do you really need a support?
All right.
If it's concluded.
Well, my next question then is probably a moot point, but I still am curious. Did you all consider reducing the? Did you all consider reducing the width of the travel lanes 12 feet wide? Is rather wide. I don't know if you consider 10 foot or 11 foot.
There is bus traffic that's going through there. So
I'm sure, yes. So 11.
There's bus traffic that goes through there, and then there's bus traffic that's going to this new Discovery House, and I thought that was, to me, that was part of what that design was. So.
Mm-hmm. So 11 foot was not considered.
Please introduce yourself first.
Mark Bodman, another civil engineer with Whitman Require. We looked at different configurations. The layout was something that was, I guess, already pulled together at the concept level. So when we started our actual design, it had already been discussed, and the 12-foot was what was put together.
It might have been something as straightforward as the university has specifications for roads,
Right.
and that's what it called for. So,
right.
That is part of it, and the bus traffic is another one and it's very tight. It's very tight in there. The radiuses are difficult to navigate. So, with the bus traffic and the parking on the side, the extra width will help.
No, that's helpful. I know that WMATA will reduce down to 11, but I figured it probably was buses. And if you're saying the turning radii are really tight, I think all of that makes sense. And again, a moot point.
I'm sorry.
See, Mayor Pro Tem Mackey and Councilman Ranker.
I'm going to be really quick. So I just want to ask a favor that you make sure that it's well marked, because I think that people drive around there crazy, especially around the Discovery District, looking for a way to get out onto Campus Drive.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever experienced that, but when I went to the Discovery House for my tour, I almost got killed by somebody driving crazy trying to get through there. And so if there could be some kind of signage that you can't cut through the Discovery District parking lot to try to get onto, that would be really good. And also, if you could also make sure that I'm very pro bike lanes, very pro micro mobility, but also I know that I've seen the university is really putting little signs out saying sidewalks are for walking, and the bike lanes are for, the bikes and the micro mobility. I would appreciate it. You answered my question. I don't really like parallel parking, because when I come down here to go to City Hall, I always see people parallel parking and they block and everything. But if you say it's going to be good, I'm going to trust you on that one. And our student liaisons asked about the additional parking where it's coming to. So my questions have been answered. I just have a favor, and I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Ranker to bring the motion forward.
Thank you. Councilman Ranker.
And just real quick then, because I have been inquiring of this and haven't gotten any answers, do you have an expectation about when Rossboro will open up?
It's interesting that you say that, because as Mayor Pro Tem was having that conversation, I was actually going to say that when Rossboro opens up, and I'm not quite sure when that's going to be, I think that's really going to change just the dynamic there of the connectivity to Campus Drive, and maybe create less of that chaos and confusion. I don't have that exact date, so.
Yeah, I've been pushing for them to give me a date, and they just keep saying.
They're probably giving you the same answer. And
Eventually. But they'll probably respond nicer to you guys. But this will be, for instance, this is how I will get to City Hall.
Right.
From my neighborhood, I'll turn left there onto Rossboro, turn left, onto Yale. And so I think we'll get a lot more traffic. It's ugly right now. It's a little too curvy there at the end. So I like how this will kind of eliminate that last curve, and it'll make it prettier and safer. I move to approve staff to send a letter of support to the MNCPPC for the proposed UMD Yale Avenue Fraternity Road improvements.
We don't need it, actually. But there's a motion.
I mean, are we, yeah, do you need it? No,
Is
you
it-
don't
it's a
want
moot,
it. What?
right?
We'll
You'll take it.
we'll take it for the files. And I did not know that. I'm a little embarrassed that that happened, but so.
Okay. So motion is moved. There is a second. Any further comments, Mr. Rankar?
Well, I just love, because, you know, MNCPPC always takes our direction, so they'll definitely take us into consideration this go-around.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed and abstention? Okay, we'll take it. Motion is approved.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Now you can leave. Yeah, moved by Councilor Ranker, seconded by Councilor Oates. All right, the very last one is the request for status of future agenda items. I see there is one request came from Councilmember Hernandez, right? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that we have been talking about more and more up on the dais is the quantum industry and College Park being the capital of quantum. As a part of our economic business strategies and with the hopes of being able to be the next world-leading innovation hub, much like Silicon Valley or Austin or Boston, I think they didn't succeed because the businesses were located there. They succeeded because the talent wanted to live there. In one of the conversations I had with one of my colleagues, I believe it was Councilmember Oates, I said, you know, we really haven't done much to try to bring and retain talent here in the city with regards to quantum computing. And he very simply said, actually, we have, Jacob. We've made College Park a wonderful place to live. And that reminder is exactly why, you know, we want to capitalize on all the great efforts that we've done that's why I'm submitting an effort in order for council staff to look into how we can better support the quantum industry. I think this is a timely effort, as we've seen investments both from the state and from the federal government into this emerging technology. So I'm hopeful that my colleagues will support, and we can all begin to discuss what it looks like to support the quantum industry here in College Park.
Any question? I know this is a request for agenda. It's not. Please turn it off.
Yeah, very interested in supporting quantum. I know that you put a dollar number in this, which I assume is not. I thought in what you sent had a dollar number, and I was confused.
Is it $300,000?
Conducting outreach, I was like, that's a lot of outreach. So, you know, I think I'm happy to work through it, but I think like let's take the first step first, and then we'll move it from there. But yeah, support.
I never know what to put on there from an hours perspective or a money perspective. If this is a long-term strategy, it's going to be much more than that. It's going to be much more time than that. It's honestly, I want to capitalize on the opportunity that's right before us. The Quantum World Congress is going to have a massive amount of like industry leaders here, including I think 7 or 12 countries sending like entire delegations right into our city. I've worked with staff, and I'm working with staff to make sure that we have like tactical support and like operational support on that day. But strategically, we should be looking at what we do and providing staff with that like vision.
Yeah. And I know, first of all, thank you for bringing this up. I see you also included the housing and other options, and we have right now quite a few programs like live and work programs and other programs, so you could build on top of it. And you know, there are other things you can do in terms of housing and workforce development.
That's a great idea, Mr. Mayor. I think that can be folded into the larger strategy in addition to the very futuristic or creative ideas that our staff come up with.
Yeah, I see everyone raise hand. Okay, thank you. So please, let's add it. Thank you. And I don't think I have seen any other. Okay, it is a question.
Yeah, just as it pertains to future agenda items, I just want to make sure that we are keeping childcare and education follow-up on the discussions that we've had, the presentations we had today, and pursuing future work sessions or action items.
Yeah, I think staff told us, so they'll be doing it. All right, that's all I have. Now I will entertain a motion, but before that, I need to make this statement about the closed session that we will be going into pursuant to the Maryland Annotated Code, General Provisions, Article 3-305. The Mayor and Council of the City of College Park are providing notice that they will meet in a closed session after this meeting to consider two things. Number one, to consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and matters directly related thereto. And number two, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
Motion to adjourn to closed session?
And we are not coming back to open session, right? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The council is adjourned. Thank you. Good night.